In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The struggle for power, loyalty, and leadership has remained a recurring theme throughout history. One literary work that vividly captures these realities is Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Though written centuries ago, the play continues.
Welcome to Sports Wrap on Aneke TV this morning. It's your one and only Sports Oracle bringing you what is happening and how it is in the world of sports. I am just doing this morning. You know how I do it. I bring you what it is and the commentaries, how it happens, strive and striking of football, and it is summing around the who will go to the final between Manchester City and Newcastle. In fact, yesterday it was obvious that the champions who has been champions are still the champions and they will still be champions. Yesterday, Newcastle had their own bid on Manchester City, but they were not able to move and they were not able to scale through that game. What happened yesterday was very, very significant for Newcastle to go and sit down and check who the real United is, because it's not all the Uniteds that can win Manchester City. That they are now united, they are now Manchester United. So you know when they could win Manchester City. Well, United and being update. Stay with me. I'll be right. Yeah.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty. Raw, radiant, and real.
You that today is the GOAT's birthday, and I was saying that not all United can win Manchester City because we are united in a city, but City now wants to be united without being united. Of course, I'm telling you that this is how it is. Not all United. I say it again, not all United. Newcastle thought they were Manchester United. They are not Manchester United. They will never be Manchester United to win Manchester City. And of course, it was yesterday's game that proved to you who the real champions, who they are. And still on that news, now it says, as it is, that Manchester City and Arsenal are going to play the English Football League trophy competition. They are going to go for who is going to win the trophy. And when we talk about this, we're talking about two English League champions. Of course, I'm talking about one English League champion and the other English League champion, because they are champion, because they used to bompions, because they used to bottle a lot. They only have bottles in their frame, in their trophy shell. These bottles they have, that's why they always do bottle it. So I'm talking about people who are serious. That's Manchester City are going against Arsenal, and there has been a lot of predictions about Arsenal and Manchester City that Arsenal will win Manchester City. And I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna tell you that from where I am now, it looks like Manchester City are ready. In fact, looking at this Manchester City game and versus Arsenal, I want to just take a little dive into what it is, what it will be like. Now, Manchester City yesterday they played a very good game. Of course, they had to, move. They started scoring from the first half, and looking at the team and its balance, you will notice one thing. One thing you will notice is that Manchester City they are ready for business, even though they don't have much people that will do the business with. I don't know why these guys are not back to the game. I'm talking about their major guys, because yesterday we had just we on the lineup there was no Doku. Still on the lineup there was Haaland, but Haaland was on the bench. Still on the lineup there was just Phil Foden. There was just basically, in fact, James Trafford was on the goal for Manchester City yesterday, and they were able to move across. They were able to scale through Newcastle United. I don't want to be calling Newcastle United. I want to be calling them Newcastle City because both of them fit each other. Well, Newcastle City yesterday they lost to Manchester City. Now, what I'm trying to say is that looking at Manchester City and Arsenal, both of them are going to go head to head and see who will win the trophy. And this is basically for in 10 good years or less than that, that Arsenal is go finding themselves somewhere where they can say, okay, when they have a slim chance of winning big chance, of course, because Arsenal players, all of them are slim, but I'm talking about they have a big chance of winning the EFL, something around that. Now, when you look at the facts and look at how these players are and their current form, you know that finals are not just played anywhere, it is only played on Wembley. This EFL is played on Wembley. Wembley is one of the most interesting stadiums over there. Now, what I'm saying is, looking at Manchester City, looking at their midfield, having the likes of Bernardo Silva, the likes of Phil Foden as an attack, having the likes of Anthony Semenyo or Mamamush and Ryan Aitnouri. I told you these guys, Aneke and Tijani Rangers, having the likes of these guys. In fact, yesterday there was no Rodri. Rodri was on the bench. Rodri would have come from the bench to make a mark. Now there was not even any Doku, and they had to win that game yesterday. So that means that these guys are going to feel their best. Now I want to put a very close look on Antonio Semenyo. Someone was asking this morning, how did Antonio Semenyo came? How did he? You know how it used to happen when you sign a player, you give him some time. When I mean you give him some time so that he can be able to follow and flow with what's happening in the new team he came. You've seen it happen when you sign a player. The player we have to rest first. But it did not happen with Antonio Semenyo. Even Maguire, it did not happen a lot with Maguire. Now, what happened yesterday was Antonio Semenyo has been consistent and he has been making great marks. He even scored just in the last two. He scored against Tottenham. He did not score yesterday, of course. But looking at that kind of person, bringing him to your team, and he starts to make a mark, that's to tell you what a quality player is. Now, let's go to the side of Arsenal. Please, can we have Arsenal? Can we have them? Now, looking at Arsenal, what these guys have been playing so far, you will see that these two teams are ready for each other. Maybe they are not ready as they should be ready. But Arsenal is ready, said some people, said few people. We are expecting Arsenal to make themselves available and play a great game. And that was what that was how they won their match yesterday. Now in Arsenal's midfield, we have Odegaard leading the midfield, and you have Declan Rice, and you have Declan Beans. You have Declan Rice and you have Declan Beans. We have Declan Rice on as the number 4, and we have Odegaard as the number 10, and we also have one of the best in the midfield. Arsenal has a complete midfield. Now, why I'm putting up these guys, both of them together? There was a question raised: why were they not? How did Manchester United score 3? You know that Manchester United did not score just 3 goals in a close range. They scored 3 goals by that. Those goals were more of a shooting spree. They shot from outside. That's the answer. They shot from outside, and because these guys, both of them claim. You notice that since William Saliba and Gabriel White, especially Gabriel White, since he went and had his hair done and he did his hair transplant, he has had more confidence than he would have had all his entire career. To tell you that looks actually boost this psychology thing in football. Since he was done with his hairline started competing with his career, and that is something that we have seen so far. So this guy, they make no mistake. Of course, he has scored an own goal, and on that same match, I may not recall the match exactly, he went and had to score back a goal. So I'm telling you that Manchester City versus Arsenal is here, and we're going to have it on that day. It's going to be one of the matches happening and how it will be. So I want you to hang on and see, and you will see what that match is. You will really see. And the final is coming up. I will let you know the day that the final will happen, so that we can also look at the in-depth analysis of what is really happening and how Arsenal have the chance of winning this game, of winning this particular cup. And Arsenal is going for quadruple. They are going for that, like I said yesterday. They have been on the news, of course, because they are the whole eyes, the whole world is on Arsenal. Because if they actually bottle this league, if they actually bottle EFA, if they bottled L, it will not be easy. Arsenal fans, please, I'm sure you people have extra hankies for tears and extra wipes to clean your face and pretend as you've been pretending over the years, because it's not gonna be easy on you guys. Well, we are moving on from that particular story of Arsenal, and we are bringing you what as it is. I'm talking about this guy. Basically, I'm talking about Hendrik. He came from Real Madrid, and he went to Olympique Lyon. Hendrik has made a lot of marks. He went on loan, of course. You know, it was a loan game, and as he got there, he started playing football. So far, he has a good goal contributions for Lyon. And yesterday, I'm seeing, and I saw his game. He has had a hat-trick, more than he has even had when he was in Madrid. You know, he's in Madrid. He was signed from a Brazilian side, and as he came in, he started making a mark immediately. That's to tell you that this guy is one of the talents we should watch out for. We should actually watch out for him, because it looks like he is going to do a lot from this side of football. Hendrik, he has a routine, and his routine since he arrived Lyon, he will have his training sessions with his teams. When he's done, he will have his strength and preparation and recovery sessions at home with specialized professionals. Then he will have a PlayStation with his wife and his dogs in his free time. Now he has a personal chef in charge of all his medals. Yes, when I talk about medals, I'm talking about, we don't call meals, we now call it medals, because medals are what sustains the body, and that medal of the body is the meal. Let's move on from that. And he only leaves his house for Lyon training sessions or matches, and he has one goal, and that is to go to the World Cup. That's from the analysis we have this morning. Hendrik is one of the talents to watch out for. He was sent to Real Madrid, he was sent to Olympique Lyon so that he can go and upgrade himself, that when he comes back, he is going to make other marks. He's going to be one of the players that we should have to watch out for. Now moving on to the Premier League, because one of the things I have to let you know, and I have to bring to your way, is that in the Premier League, something awesome has happened, and something awesome wants to happen. And I don't know whether it's a good news or bad news, but you know, and you will tell me. There is this introduction of, when a time in the Premier League there was the rainbow armband for captains. Well, I am Captain Sports Oracle, but I'm not wearing any armband. I'm just wearing my internal armband. There was this introduction of rainbow armband that actually was the talk of the town, and many captains wore it. Now it is said that Premier League captains will no longer be required to wear rainbow armbands or pride-themed warm-up tops. The league is now considering introducing a pride-themed match ball instead. The change follows pushback from certain individual players and a complaint from a Premier League player to his own club, because he has featured on the front of the matchday program during the Rainbow Laces period for a second consecutive year. He was concerned people would think he is gay. Oh, my days. This is actually what is happening right now, that they want to introduce the match ball, and it is a rainbow, it is a pride. You know pride. You know the people that are pride, you know the pride, you know the humble, you know those guys. So, but this one is particularly a matter of urgent concern from the Premier League. And we just have to move on from that. And I want to bring you still on Mikel Arteta, how he has fared over the years, the teams he has played, the clubs he has managed, and that is how it is. We're expecting him to be on the news, and I want to bring you the stats of Mikel Arteta, how he has actually featured in the seasons, Premier League, Champions League, EFL, and FA Cup. Now, Mikel Arteta being one of the best coaches we have in the world right now, leading Arsenal. He has been in Arsenal for getting to 9 years now, and has made a lot of contributions. We're talking about someone who has taken Arsenal to the next phase of their life after Arsene Wenger. When I was growing up, I was thinking Arsene Wenger, he owns Arsenal, but of course I'm seeing that he has a good name that relates to the Arsene people, and that is Arsene Wenger. Now, Arsene Wenger, after his time in Arsenal, he moved on to do something very interesting, that is to bring in the guy who has played before. And I think this is something the coaches, Premier League clubs has to see, that if someone has played for you before, when he comes back him, give him time, he's going to deliver. And I think that's what Manchester United wants to do with Michael Carrick. Now, Michael Carrick has actually delivered, but let's talk about Mikel Arteta in the Premier League. 2005 he played for Everton to 2006, and he played Everton till 2010 and 11, where he moved to Arsenal. He went to Arsenal in 2011 and played from 2011 to 2016, when he went out of playing. And his managerial career, he started managing a football club from 2016, and in 2016 he was the assistant manager in Manchester City, and in 2017 he was managing Manchester City, and 2018 managing Manchester City, and in 2019 he went from Manchester City and became Arsenal's head coach, and from 2020 he has been with Arsenal till 2026. I'm telling you about this guy who has actually made a mark and who has registered a lot of things in his career. And I don't know what you're seeing it as, but I want to let you know that we are expecting this to be the first, or the not just the first. Of course, he has had one or two trophies, but I mean in years, for them to have quality trophy, that's the Champions League, and that's the fact I'm bringing you concerning Mikel Arteta. Now I want to go to where I'm gonna drop and move on from the show. I'm talking about the man, the goat, the ever, the eagle, the man who changed it all for football, the man who made millions to love football, and today is his birthday. I was already talking about how we will have Cristiano Ronaldo coming around here and celebrating his birthday one of these days, and I'm sure it's going to happen. I said it as a sports oracle, and I'm sure it's going to happen. Congratulations to Cristiano Ronaldo. Happy birthday to the GOAT who made football, who made all of us love football. And I'm here being so emotional. He turns 41 today, and in his career, managed a lot of he has managed to be at the top. And Cristiano Ronaldo is not just a name. Cristiano Ronaldo has moved from transition from football to branding to digital luxury, and he currently, this boy who started from Maduro in Portugal, is now a global sensation. I'm telling you that Cristiano Ronaldo, he is having his birthday today, and I want to say very big congratulations to the GOAT. As he turns 41 today, and not just turning 41 today, he has also scored. He has also registered a great mark in his goal scoring spree. He has also been someone of a great. You see, Cristiano Ronaldo and the wife, Georgina Rodriguez, and you know what it means. He has scored 961 career goals, and he has 5 Ballon d'Or. And Ronaldo's family, including his partner Georgina Rodriguez and 5 kids, will likely be celebrating today. That is a special day, and fans worldwide, all of us around the world, all the food. No, I'm not talking about Messi. I'm not talking about who's the GOAT, who's the GOAT. No, we're not doing competition today. Today is someone's birthday, so we're celebrating the birthday as the Sports Oracle and here on Aneke TV, and that is what we are doing right now. Congratulations to Cristiano Ronaldo. Happy birthday, Cristiano Ronaldo. We wish you. I wanted to say we wish you a Merry Christmas, but there's no Christmas. This is a birthday, so we wish you a happy birthday. And we are expecting to have you. I don't know when you will retire, but I know that whenever you retire, that will not be a problem, because you go to coaching and you will refire. We all expecting Cristiano Ronaldo to be a great coach. I don't know if you are expecting that too. We're expecting, because looking at his passion, looking at his consistency, he is a prototype of consistency to all footballers out there, because he has been consistent over the years, delivering at his best. When he's not happy, he's not happy, and that is what it says. Thank you very much, because there are already signs on the background as the choir member to round up the show, and I'm rounding up the show this morning. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for being there to see and have my in-depth analysis on football and in the world of sports. I will see you same time, same station again tomorrow with the best of the best in this world of sports. See you again. Have a wonderful time. Bye.
Beauty is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty. Raw, radiant and real.
The struggle for power, loyalty, and leadership has remained a recurring theme throughout history. One literary work that vividly captures these realities is Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Though written centuries ago, the play called Julius Caesar is a political tragedy set in ancient Rome. The play said Julius Caesar remains a timeless reminder that power must be guided by wisdom, loyalty, and responsibility.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Good morning and welcome to Aneke TV News. I'm watching around the globe, your trusted window to the major stories making Nigeria and the global community. I am Deborah Wakaba. Glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines. Senate reject proposals for mandatory electronic transmission of election results. Aneke to validate national voter register ahead of 2027 general election. And on the foreign scene, over 100,000 evacuated as Morocco battles devastating floods. And on business, Governor Bar advocates Common Southeast Market as VP Shetima unveils Vision 2050 economic blueprint. And now to the news in details. The United States is nearing completion of its new consulate in Eco Atlantic City, Lagos, at a $337 million facility said to be one of the world's largest diplomatic missions. The 10-story complex on 12.2 acres is substantially complete with main structures and perimeter works finished. The project has employed more than 2,500 Nigerian workers and injected about $95 million into the local economy. It has also provided skills development opportunities for architects, engineers, and construction professionals. When it opens in early 2028, the consulate will expand U.S. Nigeria cooperation beyond visa services to include health, culture, trade, and security engagements. The scale of the facility underscores Nigeria's strategic value to U.S. foreign policy. Nigeria recorded a 9.2% rise in road accidents in 2025, with the Federal Road Safety Corps reporting more than 10,400 crashes and over 33,000 people injured nationwide. While road crash fatalities dipped slightly, the reduction fell short of the targeted double-digit decline. Speeding and reckless overtaking accounted for the majority of crashes, particularly during the December festive period when speed violation triggered 41% of accidents. Enforcement efforts saw arrests increase by 28% and over 500,000 offenders detained. The Federal Road Safety Corps has launched an intelligence-led enforcement campaign for 2026 under a zero-tolerance policy targeting the top 5 causes of crashes, including drunk driving, wrong-way movement, and overloading. Commercial transport operators now face mandatory speed limiter compliance and public sanctions. The Senate has rejected a key amendment to the 2026 electoral bill that would have been made electronic transmissions of election result mandatory. The proposed change to Clause 60 sought to require the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to upload polling unit results in real time to IREV portal. Senators, following a motion by Senator Tahir Monguno, removed the mandatory clause and reverted to the 2022 framework, giving INEC directionary authority over how results are transmitted. Critics say the decision preserves ambiguity and potential for error or manipulation. Civil society groups and election observers have condemned the Senate's action as a setback for electoral transparency. They warn that without legal mandated digital transmission, public confidence in the 2027 polls could be undermined. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says it will revalidate the voter register ahead of the 2027 general elections. INEC Chairman Professor Joachim Yupitan stated that the current register, originally compiled in 2011 and updated for past election, needs urgent review. The comprehensive update aims to remove ineligible names and ensure the registrar's accuracy for next year's poll. Professor Yupitan spoke during the first quarterly meeting with civil society organizations outlining preparations for key electoral events. He also confirmed that new political parties that meet qualification criteria will be registered ahead of elections. Still talking about elections, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in Anambra State says it has registered 4,423 new voters so far in the ongoing continuous voters registration exercise. The Resident Electoral Commission, Dr. Queen Elizabeth Agu, made this disclosure during a media briefing in Awka. The exercise, conducted over 4 weeks, is ongoing across all 21 local government areas ahead of the 2027 general election. Dr. Agu said the figures reflect strong collaboration with political parties, media, and other stakeholders. She urged eligible residents aged 18 and above to register without delay, noting that registration began on the 5th of last month and is scheduled to end on April 17th. Officials hope Anambra will record high voters turnout. Former President of the Senate, Dr. Bukola Saraki, has described the recent deadly attack in Kwara State's Woro community as a national emergency. He said the scale of violence has overwhelmed the state's capacity to respond effectively. Local resistance to extremist activity in Woro and neighboring Nuku left more than 100 people dead, with confirmed fatalities in excess of 75 according to state officials. Governor Abdurrahman Abdulrazak acknowledged the severity of the security situation. In response, President Bola Tinubu has deployed an army battalion on the Operation Savannah Shield to counter the insurgents. Dr. Saraki has called for permanent security bases in Kwara's northern and southern district to enhance protection and stability. Residents of Awka, the capital of Anambra State, witnessed the first rainfall of 2026 yesterday evening. The rain started around 9:30 p.m. with wind and thunder and continued for several hours. Many residents expressed relief at the cooler weather and said the rain would benefit crops and fruit trees such as mango, Africa, star apple, and oranges. Some also noted challenges, reporting minor flooding where roads were washed out of Ezinfite Okuno in Awka South. Despite this effect, major roads remain possible. Despite this effect, major roads remain passable, aided by a government sensitization campaign urging citizens to clear drains. Benue State marked its 50th anniversary with acts of clemency and honors by Governor Hyacinth Alia. 14 inmates received pardons and a 10-year sentence for Tehumba and Dona and reduced to 4 years as a symbol of renewal and hope. The governor also announced plans to immortalize key figures in the state's history. Among those to be honored are General Murtala Mohammed, who created Benue in 1976, veteran journalist Chief Dan Agbese, and elder statesman Wanta Unungu. Several public institutions and projects will be renamed to reflect this legacy, including changing the Benue Printing and Publishing Corporation to the Dan Agbese Printing and Publishing Corporation. Foreign ambassadors from India, Egypt, Turkey and other countries, along with UN coordinator Mohammed Fall, have commended the Borno state government for investments in education and healthcare. They toured key projects aimed at addressing the state's humanitarian challenges. The delegation highlighted initiatives such as vocational training programs, girl child education and malnutrition centers as critical tools in combating instability. United Nations Coordinator for described quality education as essential for long-term peace and economic recovery. Nigeria's Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Bernard Doro, expressed confidence in the facility's potential to transform the regional economy. The visit is expected to attract further international funding and support as Borno advances its recovery efforts. News around the globe is coming to you live on Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on our social media platforms like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, or at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Senate rejects mandatory electronic transmission of election results. Aneke to revalidate voter registration ahead of 2027 polls. And on the phone and coming up shortly, over 100,000 evacuated as Morocco battles historic floods. Governor Mba pursues 4 common Southeast marked as Vice President Shettima launches Vision 2050 economic blueprints. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
On the news, newly released U.S. Department of Justice document shows FBI files indicating that the late Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe may have had a financial relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Records allege Epstein acted as an informal wealth manager to Mr. Mugabe, which could have violated U.S. sanctions in place since 2003. The files include a 2015 email in which Epstein told entrepreneur Joy Ito he could secure Mugabe's interest in using Zimbabwe for a new currency pilot after the collapse of the local dollar. Redacted communication also mentioned discussions about Mugabe's health and potential commercial gains from state enterprise. While investigators stress that the disclosure do not prove criminal conduct, the revelations have sparked anger in Harare and Washington. Severe flooding in northwest Morocco has displaced more than 108,000 people as heavy rains swell rivers and dams in the Gab agricultural region. Residents in the worst-hit Larache province are being evacuated with military helicopters conducting rescues. In Ksar El Kabir, authorities say up to 85% of the population has relocated after the Quad Markazin dam reached 146% capacity. Officials have released water to protect the dam structure, increasing flood risks downstream. The deluge follows a long drought that left reservoirs depleted, and poor drainage has worsened the crisis. Thousands are in temporary camps and calls are increasing for the government to declare a disaster. South Sudan's President Salva Kiir has dismissed 2 senior officials after a major administrative error. A presidential decree mistakenly appointed steward to Roba Mudiai, who died 5 years ago, to a key electoral committee. The mistake drew widespread criticism online and raised serious concerns about vetting procedures affairs. Press Secretary David Amor Major and Chief Administrator Valentino Del Maluet were sacked as part of damage control. Officials blamed outdated lists submitted by stakeholders, and the incident highlights ongoing challenges in the government's administrative system ahead of the crucial elections. Europe has launched Resource EU, a strategic stockpiling initiative for critical raw materials essential to advanced industries. The plan, led by Italy, France, and Germany, aims to reduce dependence on China's dominance in minerals like gadolinium and antimony. France will coordinate financing to acquire resources, Germany will secure supply chains, and Italy will oversee strategic storage infrastructure. 10 member states are participating in the initiative's pilot phase. The stockpiling efforts are designed to protect Europe's energy transition and defense sectors by ensuring stable access to materials needed for electric vehicles, renewable energy technologies, and advanced manufacturing. The United Kingdom Prime Minister, Mr. Keir Starmer, has condemned Peter Mandelson over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, accusing the former ambassador of Washington of repeated dishonesty. Starmer expressed regret for appointing Mandelson amid growing scrutiny. Justice Department files alleged Mandelson leaked government documents to Epstein and received unexplained payments. A police investigation into misconduct in public office is now underway. Mandelson has resigned from the House of Lords and denied the payments, but the scandal has intensified political criticism and prompted Starmer to release internal appointment documents to Parliament's Intelligence and Security Committee. Syria's new Islamist-led government has banned a book linked to Al-Qaeda from the Damascus International Book Fair. The text, a collection of speeches by Abu Musab al-Zakwari, containing sectarian language, was removed after an appeal from Iraqi authorities. Baghdad warned the publication could inflame regional tensions and harm improving relations. Syrian officials say the ban reflects a shift toward moderation and an effort to distance the government from past extremism. The move was welcomed in Iraq, and observers say it may signal broader pragmatic changes as Syria seeks to rebuild diplomatic ties and shed its barrier image. Now moving over to business news. Nigeria's regional development agenda is taking sharper shape as the Southeast Development Commission unveils an ambitious long-term economic blueprint. At a high-level stakeholders forum in Enugu, the Commission launched Vision 2050, a strategy aimed at transforming the Southeast into a $200 billion economy and major industrial hub. The plan focuses on large-scale infrastructure, energy security, and mobilizing diaspora capital while pushing the 5 Southeast states toward deeper economic integration. TV News correspondent Jennifer Onibo reports that the initiative is being positioned as a key pillar in Nigeria's broader push for subnational growth and global investment competitiveness. The Southeast region must be reimagined as a common market and economic bloc to realize its full potential. Speaking at the Southeast Vision 2025 Forum, he said the 5 states operating in isolation cannot compete in a globalized economy. Governor Mba outlined plans for regional logistics corridors, integrated security system, shared investment framework, and harmonized regulations to attract capital and boost productivity. He said the Vision 2050 strategy must move beyond planning to deliver tangible outcomes. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who opened the forum, described the initiative as a break from short-term strategies and announced the creation of the Southeast investment. And we'll be right back after the break. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Welcome back, still on the news. Also, Ohaneze. General Senator John Azutambata has called on the federal government to fully fund and empower the Southeast Development Commission. Speaking in Enugu, he said a strong commission is vital for national healing and addressing feelings of marginalization in the region. Senator Zutambata highlighted the Igbo community's legacy of innovation and enterprise and said inadequate support fuels discontent. He urged stakeholders to oversee the Vision 2050 framework to ensure its success. He emphasized that real investment in infrastructure and human capital is key to ending long-standing grievances and fully integrating the Southeast into Nigeria's broader development. The Abia State government has reaffirmed its commitment to creating an enabling environment for investors. Governor Alex Oti made the pledge in Umuahia during the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding for the development of the Aba Commercial Smart City. Represented by his Chief of Staff, Governor Oti said the project aligns with state goals to boost infrastructure, attract investment, and generate employment. He emphasized that investors are guided by returns and the state is focused on improving the business climate. Retired Inspector General of Police Mike Okiro, a senior member of the project board, assured the initiative has full government backing and will not be abandoned. The smart city is planned to include markets, commercial centers, housing and education facilities. Nigeria's power sector is poised for significant changes in 2026 as President Bola Tinubu orders the end of federal-only electricity subsidies. Under the new directive, federal, state and local governments will share subsidy costs with deductions made from statutory allocations. Power generation companies have opposed the plan, arguing that real subsidies do not exist and that they have been shortchanged for years. They warn the reform could worsen liquidity challenges and affect grid reliability. Distribution companies support the change, saying shared responsibility could improve the value chain and ensure funds reach operators. States will need to absorb the cost without destabilizing local economies. Nigeria's professional boxing scene could see a breakthrough year in 2026. Heavyweight contender Efe Ajaba is set to fight Charles Martin in Las Vegas on February 14th with a win positioning him as for mandatory war title challenge. At just 21, Moses Itaoma has become the WBO #1 contender after a first-round win over Dillian White and is scheduled to fight Jermaine Franklin in March, with a world title fight likely if he wins. Elizabeth Oshoba, Nigeria's first female WBC silver champion, is ranked #4 globally at a super lightweight and aims for the full WBC belt, potentially becoming the country's first undisputed female world champion. Nigerian sprinter Olaolu Olatunde will debut for the University of Iowa this Friday at the New Mexico Collegiate Classic competing in the 60-meter and 200-meter events. Olatunde brings a personal best of 10.13 seconds from the 2025 season. He leads a strong Nigerian contingent at the meet, including Chioma Nwachukwu, Samuel Ogazi, and Ella Olojuvewo, as they prepare for the major indoor championship. In Europe, Chukwuebuka Aneke competes in Madrid after a strong showing at the Millrose Games, while sprinters Enoch Adegoke and Fola Olaoye race in Germany. Veteran Nollywood actress Omotola Jalade Ekinde has dismissed long-standing rumors of a rivalry with colleague Genevieve Nnaji, calling them a creation of fans and media. In an interview, she said the two have always maintained a professional, friendly relationship. Omotola compared the situation to rivalries among music stars, stressing that neither she nor Genevieve felt any conflict personally. She said their low-key personalities and minimal social crossover contributed to misconceptions. By addressing the issue directly, she says the long-standing myth surrounding the relationship has now been laid to rest. Lagos Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has welcomed global streaming star Kai Cenat's Lagos house in Marina. This marks Cenat's second visit to the city, which has generated widespread social media engagement. Reports say Cenat's visit goes beyond publicity, with a concentrated advancing philanthropic project focused on children and youth in Lagos. Those specific plans have not yet been disclosed. Sinat's global influence is seen as boosting Lagos' international profile and highlighting the city as a key center for contemporary pop culture engagements. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. The Senate has rejected the proposal to make electronic transmission of election results mandatory, raising questions about the future of technology-driven electoral reforms in Nigeria. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has announced plans to revalidate the National Voter Register ahead of the 2027 general elections, aiming to ensure accuracy and transparency in the electoral process. And on the international scene, over 108,000 people have been evacuated in Morocco following unprecedented flooding as authorities struggle to contain the humanitarian impact of the disaster. In business, the Regional Development News Governor Peter Mbah is advocating for the establishment of a common Southeast market, while Vice President Kashim Shettima has launched the Vision 2050 economic blueprint to drive growth and integration across the region. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. We are pausing our broadcast for meantime due to technical issues, and we'll be right back. So please accept our sincere apologies. And don't forget to contact us or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. I am Deborah Wakuba. Thank you for watching. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. But before we proceed, we apologize for the break in transmission. Those are due to technical errors, and we're happy to be back, and thank you for joining us. Today, on The Insight, we look at the state of the nation. Today, Nigeria as a nation stands at a crossroad that feels all too familiar, yet more urgent than ever. We are in February 2026. The year the government promised would be the year of delivery. After 2 years of belt tightening, the data from the central bank tells us the macroeconomy is finally stabilizing. GDP is creeping up to 4.3%. The naira is showing resilience we haven't seen in many years. But statistics don't eat, and they don't vote. While the spreadsheet in Abuja show progress, the reality in Wuro village in Kwara State is one of fire and mourning following the recent massacre. While NNPC debates the viability of our refineries, the average Nigerian family is still calculating the cost of a bag of rice against a shared electricity bill that is no longer fully subsidized by the state. With the 2027 elections already casting a long shadow over the National Assembly and a fresh debate over Electoral Act threatening to shift the goalpost once again, the question today is simple. Are the pains of reform finally yielding a harvest, or are we simply treading waters before next storm? Today, we are joined by Chime Emmanuel, a public affairs analyst, to dissect the state of the nation. Maisa.
Thank you very much and good morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to have you on the
Thank you. I'm quite obliged being here with you.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's just get straight into it.
Yeah.
And let's start with the current issue in Nigeria today. And we're speaking to electoral reforms, where we are being told that the National Assembly has rejected the mandatory electronics transmission of result in 2026 Electoral Act Amendment Bill. And I want to ask, when you heard this news, what was your reaction?
My reaction is that, the decision of the National Assembly will not be different from that of the opinion or the decision of the leader, the principal of National Assembly, that's the Senate.
Come again.
I said the decision of the National Assembly wouldn't be different,
Okay.
from the personality. The decision of the personality of the principal of National Assembly, the Senate.
Okay.
And so what I mean here is this. Remember, build up to 2023 general election, while primaries were on everywhere within different political parties. Akpabio that we have today as our Senate president, rightly contested for presidency. I hope you know too well, right?
Sure.
Contested for presidency, that's within APC primaries. And so he forfeited the right, according to our constitution, he forfeited the right to contest for Senate, all right? Because the two primaries happened during the same occasion. Akpabio did not contest for Senate primaries.
Okay.
And so Akpabio today is our Senate president. How did he in the first instance made it to the Senate? That's a question that is yet a puzzle for Lego scholars in Nigeria, even outside Nigeria, to detect how Akpabio made it to the Senate in the first instance. So who made Akpabio the Senate, a senator, to the extent of becoming a Senate president today? From not being from not contesting, not buying form for Senate at all, for Senate primaries at all, to becoming a senator. The person that was instrumental to making Akpabio finally now said that Akpabio was the one that won a primaries election. That Akpabio did not contest in the primary, he didn't participate in it. Kekerikun, our today sitting CJN, was instrumental to it. Our former CJN, that's Ali Wala, happens to be instrumental to it. And today Akpabio is now blandishing different policies that he know is totally anti-people. Now, when we take it to Electoral Act 2022, then you remember that 2022 Electoral Act made everything so dicey. It's more like you have the document, you have the template with you. So do to it whatever you so wish. If you choose to play to the right, that's your own choice. If you choose to play to the left, it's your own choice. And so that was what Yakub Mahmoud rightly told us in the last election, after last election, when we are questioning him on what had played out. He rightly told us prior to the election, he told us that Aneke was going to transmit in the real time. That was exactly what Yakub rightly told us, the former Aneke chairman. He said they're going to transmit in the real time to IREV. Alright? And so we agreed with them. But after the elections, we started asking questions. And so INEC now came up with another narrative. They said that it was a policy guideline. It was a guideline. It wasn't constitutional. And going to the court to go and contest whatever that happened in the last election, the court told us, the court could not hold INEC based on what they use. Based on their own guideline. The court could not hold them. Meanwhile, the constitution was very clear. Constitution gave INEC that prerogative to decide whether they will transmit electronically in the real time or they will transmit using manual process of collection of results. And so that was why we entered into the ditch that our democracy entered into. And INEC declared our sitting president today. Right? And so we begin to ask, why was it that it was only the presidential results, election results, that couldn't get transmitted? But every other ones that was done the same day. Remember, the presidency and that of a presidential result and that of National Assembly, both chambers, were done the same day and were all transmitted. But only the presidency failed to be transmitted.
We were told there was a technical glitch.
No, that technical glitch that they told us about, why did it not affect National Assembly result?
But nobody could dictate what happens with technology.
No, because I participated in the election, you should know.
Okay.
I was at my own polling unit, I casted my vote, and everything were being transmitted, simultaneously.
Okay.
There was no one that were, kept letter to be transmitted later. No, all the votes were casted at the same time. It wasn't something like you cast this particular one, it's going to be uploaded, and you wait, then you cast another one. No, it wasn't. It was all done simultaneously. Remember, when we are talking about beavers happen to be an equipment that including America is using. We didn't have our own. We didn't design our own. So if the best of the world are making use of it and it is working for them, they are not telling stories about it. Then what failed us wasn't the machines. It wasn't the equipment. It was the human involvement that failed us.
No, but
and so what we are now talking about is
just hold on.
Okay.
But hold on a bit. These are weighty allegations, and it's been proven over time. When it comes to technology, you cannot dictate how these things function, especially when you cite United States of America, for example. These are different environments which play a big factor on how technology functions, and these issues have been tested in court, and we all agree that yes, there was a glitch. I bet there are different opinions to that, but coming down to February 2026, we are speaking to the issue of the 2020 electoral amendment, and you want us to understand that the leadership of the Senate cannot separate themselves from the bill. But it wasn't just the Senate president because he's just one among equals. It is the Senate generally,
I hope you know.
in their wisdom,
I hope
that
you-
voted against that.
I hope you know that what we have today is APC Senate that bears Nigeria coat of arms. I hope you know.
No, I don't.
No, that's exactly what is happening now. That's my word. I'm not putting it to you.
Yeah,
that's my
that's
word.
the opinion. But the
Yes.
pass on grad is that we have
They are
opposition.
trying-
We have oppositions.
No,
as well.
let's come. We don't have oppositions in National Assembly again. I hope you know.
I know there are members of the PDP and Labour in
No.
and ABC
No,
in
maybe,
the National
maybe you are
Assembly.
not following up with the current affairs as it is playing out in the Senate.
Okay.
On daily basis, every Eke market day, in numbers, they are driving into APC.
No,
Because they are being
doesn't
hoodwinked.
mean that we don't have opposition there.
Now, how many of the oppositions? What's going to make up your voice to speak and say, no, this is not going to be, or this is my opinion? Did you know that we had an opposition? That was an opposition, the voice of Senator Natasha. Did you know what she felt? Do you know the kind of fate that she faced?
That's it.
Now, but let's drag it to the center here. There was never a proven ground that Nigeria or that IREV encountered technical glitch. It was only accepted by those who, what we have in Nigeria today is not federal character. We have in Nigeria today a captured federation. Federal capture, that's what we have. Our judiciary have been captured, and it is no longer in news.
Those are weighty allegations.
No, it's not an allegation.
It's not proven.
It is not an allegation. No, it's not an allegation. Let me come.
Those are weighty allegations.
Let me come. Are you aware that prior to now, Nyesom Wike, I have the evidences right here in my phone, rightly said, it made the major headlines on paper, rightly said, build up to his recent issues with Fuba, he rightly said that he helped APC in Osun State using the court to hold down the funds of Osun State local government funds.
Do you have issue with that?
I don't have issue with that. But if a politician, a minister, not a minister of justice, a minister of FCT will tell you that he helped, he used the courts.
No.
Now, what did that tell you? It then tells you that justice was at some point subverted.
Just a moment. I think what is at play here is a matter of semantics. That he said he used the court means that he simply went to court, got injunctions or papers. A litigant, the court is bound to follow.
Now, let me give you another one. Let me give you another one. I hope you know that our president today, our incumbent president, that posed his public address out there at Chatham House in 2022. Immediately after that, he addressed his followers, and he rightly told them, he said, that power is not served in a la carte, it's not served in a restaurant. He said, you grab it, you snatch it, and you run away with it. I hope you heard about it. Or is that an allegation as well?
Is there a different interpretation to it?
No, the interpretation now is this. All that played out in 2023 election, as it had to do with the outcome, the clear-cut outcome of the 2023 election, showed that he ran with it. He snatched it, he grabbed it, he ran with it.
He ran for the election, only contested, and he is declared winner. That's the interpretation.
Let me come. Now, this is exactly the build-up again for 2027.
Okay.
To have exactly what we had in 2023. So that by then, if you go to court, remember, Aneke chairman declared Tinubu winner.
No.
And he declared him winner
And the court
of the election. Now, as immediately he declared him winner, he said go to court.
Okay.
Right?
Which is
constitutionally right. Go to court that he said was because he already knew that court had been taken. It's already within his pocket.
Those are substantial allegations. The constitution, the next thing in line is that when INEC declares whom the chairman of INEC represents, when they declare a result, the next thing constitutionally for anybody to do is to go and challenge that in court.
Have you ever seen in Nigerian court in the recent time where you go to court and you see justice? What we get in court today in Nigeria is judgment, not justice.
No.
Hope you're aware of that.
No. Let's set it right. Do you understand? A lot of times people still go to court, they obtain judgments, who can't lump this together.
Not justice.
No, they get judgment, and you can't say that when the judiciary gives judgment that is not justice, and you allow within the law to still question depending on the level, and when it comes to the issue of presidency, the result that was announced, it was questioned and there was a unanimous decision.
Thank you. How can you explain that a man after election that contested for governorship, and after election, a man that scored the fourth position after election finally became the first position? How can you explain that?
The law in court, they found it worthy. It depends on the facts available to the judges.
No, sir, let me tell you, sir.
Except you have alternative facts.
Let me tell you, sir.
You have alternative facts.
Let me tell you, sir.
Okay.
You know, that was EU that came to observe 2023 election.
Okay.
And after the observation, they gave us their findings.
Okay.
Even while the 2023 presidential election were being yet, contested in the court, right? And they gave their observation and their recommendations. One of them I want to talk about is that they said Nigerian government or Nigerian people, they should work on their constitution.
Okay.
And deal with ambiguity.
Okay.
Ambiguity has been a major issue with our laws in Nigeria, especially as it has to do with our electoral act. Now, part of that ambiguity is what we are discussing here now.
Okay.
Which is that INEC have the prerogative whether to transmit directly from the polling unit or to collect
manually
the result manually. Remember, the argument of the Senate happens to be simply that they say because of places not being covered by network.
Good.
The internet. Now, the beavers we are talking about is a machine that is being built with the capacity, one, to transmit with network, two, to also make transmission that may not reflect in the real time, but once you send it, once you capture, either scan or you snap and send, then it may not reflect on the iRev in the real time because of network. But as soon as there is network, when once you leave that particular location and get to the point where there is network, it will on its own automatically remit or deliver. Alright? And this what we are talking about here is from CEA 8. Right? And now, when we are talking about that, this is a form whereby after collecting results, entering the figures, then the various party agents have to sign and countersign to prove that they actually, in agreement with what the outcome happens to be. And so when it is being scanned or snapped and uploaded, be it network or no network, or pending when network comes, then what it means is that you cannot manipulate the result again because it's already there, waiting for delivery. You can't bring it back again and manipulate it. That is what it means. But do you know what we witnessed? If you have visited our IREF in the last election, you will see including human pictures being uploaded. Nigerians demanded that they want to see the result being uploaded, and INEC decided to do not upload whatever they so wish. And you will see electoral results being signed, countersigned by the various agents of the parties, right? And being altered. I have some of them in my phone and I can show you, will see it. Being altered, majority of them came from River State, then from Lagos State as well. Being altered, you will see where it has columns where you write in figures and where you write as well in words, right? Then you will now have where you summarize the result that you have, and everybody will sign. Now you discover that it has been all signed only but for the powers that be to grab it, to snatch it, and to run away with it. And you will see what they actually did, the kind of rough job that they actually did on the result sheets. How they reduce the results, numbers that belong to a certain political party and certain candidates of the people, right? And borrowed figures from there and channeled it to another place. And perhaps they were able to cancel the figures, but that of the words, they couldn't do a very beautiful job there. But you will see a very rough job there.
What did the court say on that?
The court?
Yes.
Did the court discuss those things?
What was said?
No, did the court discuss those things?
Were brought before
no, the court did not discuss them.
They didn't
discuss them because remember,
no, but
they are all permissible evidences.
Mr. Chime, let's go forward a bit. When we look at these issues, these are all weighty allegations, but in view of this review, don't you think that these issues that you're mentioning are part of the reason why the Senate, in its wisdom, allows INEC that prerogative to either collect manually or transmit from the polling unit through IRF directly to avoid these human errors that you...
No, how can you avoid it? The human errors that were being created by manual system, and you are avoiding it by manual system again. Why then are we going for IRF? So why then did we spend over 400 billion in the last election?
Let's profile solution instead of running around the issues.
Thank you.
What is the alternative that
the alternative is that Nigerians simply said, I have two alternatives.
Okay.
One is that Nigerians simply said, give us electoral law that permits only transmission, a compulsory transmission from the polling unit. Why are you running away from transparency? From polling, what it means is that one is going to reduce human involvement. It's going to make it all between the voters, directly between the voters and the IRF. Simple. Transmit from there so that the voters will know that this is exactly what we did, and everybody will be seeing it. It was being experimented during the last November 8th Anambra governorship election. INEC used their IRF. They brought the IRF to life, and they used their beavers to make transmissions. Now, before it was 7:39 on the day of election, before it was 7:39, all results up to about 97.5% had entered. Had been live on IRF. You can actually view them. Now remaining not up to 3% to come in, and that was why by between 4 and 5 a.m. in the morning they were able to declare who was the winner, because everything was clear. So why is it not something that we will do? We will make it what we are demanding is make it compulsory, make it mandatory, that there shouldn't be any other means. It must be transmitted via polling unit, polling unit from the IRF, from the beavers, from polling unit to the IRF. Simple. If there is anyone, the beavers were being designed, like I explained earlier, we are being designed in a way whereby if there is no network, when once you leave that spot and get to the place where the beavers can pick network, it will transmit on its own. But once you have captured and you have uploaded, it will transmit. And what we want to see is that it is being captured right before the people that voted. So that one, we reduce grievances, we reduce security challenges. The people will not follow you from their polling unit and get to the local government collection center. How many persons do you want to see there? And by then the police will now demand that nobody should come into the compound at all. And the next thing is begin to shoot tear gas at the people. And by then maybe we'll begin to record casualties. So instead of having such, why not we make use of, why not we send a machine to do the job for us? Reduce human involvement. This human involvement have dealt with us over time. Let's do it in a way whereby it will be that transparent. If Mr. A wins, we will know Mr. A win. Now we have not even started talking about the issue of vote buying. We have not started talking about the issue of voter apathy. We have not started talking about certain other factors. We are still talking about just give us a compulsory mandate that you must transmit. Because it becomes ambiguous when you say INEC have this prerogative that they can decide whether to transmit, or not transmit. That becomes ambiguous. Then they can do whatsoever. Anybody can buy them off. You open a business for them, that's what it means. Anybody can buy them off, and they will do whatsoever and tell you whatsoever. And the next thing they will tell you to go to court. Or whomsoever you meet in the court. It becomes a different thing. We don't want to discuss those that are heading our court today. Any day you want us to discuss that, we'll bring their profiles to the table.
That's another issue. But moving forward, given this amendment now, and I've seen your grievances and you speak so passionately about these issues, and I want to ask, moving to 2027 with this very amendment now, what do you see? How will the people, go into the election, secure their votes and trust that there is transparency, that the election will be free and fair, given that we are having, the just an amendment of the Electoral Act 2022, which, like you rightly pointed out, would have been better if there is electronic transmission of results from the polling unit to the IRF. But given what it is today, how do we see that this process becomes seamless, that the people believe and trust that the system will produce whatever vote that they cast.
Mr. Ute, it becomes almost an effort in futility, but I don't want to make it that outright so that our people don't get further discouraged joining the process. Okay, because what we are talking about is that we saw what happened to us in the last election, and they want us to go again with the same template. For goodness sake, what the last election produced for us, the logics that surrounded it, wasn't that people's oriented. It didn't help any matters at all. If we are interested in national security, then we should be curbing a lot of things. We should be curbing a lot of things, for goodness sake. Why then are we voting over 1 trillion naira in 2026 national appropriation just for Aneke to conduct election? Why then? If it's going to be just take this money, whatever you so want to do, you just do. Why then are we doing that? So for goodness sake, there is no how the people will go to the to the polling unit, cast their vote. They will not be the one to go and count it. Like I told you, if they should now after casting the vote, maybe they will stay by the side you count before them. But since it is not being able to be transmitted, because you may choose to tell them any story, it happened even in Anambra. They were casting their vote from ECA 8. We are not there.
Mr. Ma, if I get you correctly, are you saying that there won't be there's no need going into the next election cycle?
This is exactly what I don't want to say in clear cut. I don't want to discourage our people further, because already our people have been so restive. You should know that, because of how things are playing out now. I love it when we are building up, to our conversation. You rightly said the figures within our Boja, record system. That is, I'm talking about Nigeria. That is MBS, Nigeria statistics. Now, if you come there, figures that are being produced or published look so juicy, right? But in the real life of Nigerians, it is not reflective. All right, and so I don't want to. A lot of things have added to the fact that people do not want to be part of the system again. How do you want us to explain it? How many persons have you asked in Nigeria what their dreams are? The only dream of every common Nigerian is how to leave this country, whether by hook or by crook. Is it supposed to be? Is it done in America? Is it done in Britain? Is it done in Canada? Where is it done? But everybody are looking for, how do I go out of this place to go out there to go and help myself? As simple as ABC, because the system is not working here. Why is our system not working? Our leadership. So why is our leadership not working? Because the process through which we recruit our leaders is not working. It's not credible. So what we are demanding for is, let there be a credible means. How can we hold you to account? How can we be sure that whom we voted in is actually the person that was being declared the winner? So if Aneke cannot transmit directly from the polling unit, and the people do not have any means of holding them to account, because you can't go to court and win them. The court is already within the basket. You can't go there and win them.
Anyway,
we can bring that details to table on another date.
Within the basket, that's another issue. But looking at what we are discussing, we have Aneke as a new chairman, Amopiton. Are you saying that we shouldn't trust him to do a better job than Yakub did?
Okay, I think I told you that I have two different alternatives prior to now. Now, one of those alternatives is the idea of Amopitan being the Aneke chairman. All right, and his credibility, or whether he's going to be able to deliver or not being able to deliver. Now, I have this particular opinion. Maybe another person have it as well. With what we have seen in Nigeria, and with what we have seen from the area of our leaders, what we have seen from the side of our senates, that they are not ready to deliver a credible process in our electoral, exercise, then I think it is better. Let us involve multi-sectorial and multinational body that's going to be able to give us, even if it is not credible, but near credible electoral outcome. Now, what I'm talking about is this. It's going to involve, at least, we have 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, right? Then let's use the TUC, the NLC, National Union of Labour, right? Now, let's bring them together. Let's bring from CAN, Let's bring from the other religion, that is the Islamic religion. Let's bring from their own facet. Then let's bring from ECOWAS. Let's bring from UN. Let's bring from EU. Let's bring delegates from these people, from these various organizations. Then assemble them. Let them give us an electoral, let them conduct our election for the first time. Let's see what's going to happen.
Opposing constitutional amendment.
It may not be a constitutional amendment. It may just take an executive order and this will be done. Your constitution will remain where it is. As simple as ABC. These Nigerian people talking.
Is that feasible?
It is feasible. We can do that. If it warrants constitutional amendment, let's do it. And then let's get it right for once. Then we'll continue. Then let's have a deterrent. If you mismanage our system, we should hold you to account. How could it be that somebody told us that there were glitches and he went ahead and declared a candidate winner? But there were glitches and it had not been cleared. You went ahead and declared a candidate winner. How could it be? And we did not have any means of holding you to account. How could it be that Aneke declared an electoral result when they told us that in River State, the professor for River State, that they did not know the professor? Mahmoud told us that the professor, that he did not know the professor, that it was names that were being given to him. And including AIT went and checked. They went on independent investigation to know who was actually the returning officer. Do you know that the school where he filled, they went to the school and the school said they don't know the person? But the result that emanated from this particular unknown individual, from this anonymous returning officer, we are being admitted. We are being used to declare our sitting president today, the winner of the election. So for goodness sake, which one do we count and leave another? There are certain things the system will do. You just keep aggravating the mind of the people. You keep inciting them by actions. And by the time they will react, then the next thing is we are going to roll out the police to go and tear gas, to go and fight. But it's not going to be the best. Remember what happened the other day in Nepal. It was beyond what the national security could manage.
All right, Emma, looking at this pessimism about these reforms and the whole amendment issue, I tend to want to believe that the opposition perhaps may be wasting their time.
Opposition wasting their time?
Yes.
Well, that's exactly what it seems like.
The picture you're painting, the opposition have equally failed in holding both the elected officers and the states to account, being that they are not doing their job as well. And perhaps they should go home and not contest the next election.
No, understand this. You know, when you're talking about opposition, you have been talking about our opposition in a system, political system, where things are working at least. Are you talking about opposition voices being heard, being active in a Nigerian system where the opposition suffers the worst of case scenario? In a Nigerian system where the opposition is subjected to whatsoever that the powers that be could subject them to? Are you talking about opposition in Nigeria where, including your political party, they will make sure that nothing works there, that it is shattered and scattered? Are you talking about opposition voices? When you speak,
that should be an indictment on the quality of opposition that we have.
No, let's come. Remember that you did not control our security system. Remember that our police today is not for the people. If we have a police that is actually for Nigerians, then if you stand out to speak, you will know that police will stand in the middle.
No, I find it difficult to go into that line of argument, that because this is a nation that have thrust up resilient men who stood against the military, and it speaks to intellectual sagacity to be able to either outplay or outmaneuver a government of the day. Given whatever is thrown at you, is expected that the opposition should be able to stand the test of time, stand their ground, proffer alternative solution, and we don't seem to be having that. Given this is over how many hours that we've seen the Senate vote, we've not heard the opposition speak. There's no press conference.
No, let me come. When you're talking about opposition, let's not just push this particular blames to the part of opposition. Opposition have done and they are yet doing. Remember, they have done and they are yet doing. But what I want to tell you is this: like when I talk about Nigeria police, there is how you will talk as an opposition leader. The next thing you see is either the DSS will invite you.
Should an opposition leader be afraid of the DSS?
I'm not talking of being afraid or not being afraid. I'm talking about how to guard the voices, that matters in the society or in the system. How to guard them, or how the system have been gagging them off. Remember, when you talk about the best of brains that were able to stand and match, the powers of the military in the past in Nigeria, right? Now remember, that was the same best of brains and capacity that our former president Goodluck Jonathan rightly assembled in 2014 for national confab, and they were able to come up with a template that will make things easy for Nigeria, right? Till today, was it implemented? Since APC took over, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, but since APC took over, one, they did not implement. Two, they now said they are constituting their own confab, and that was being spearheaded by Nasir El-Rufai, the former governor of Kaduna State. Finally, they came up with their own template. Till today, it has not been implemented. Now, why is it not being implemented? Simply because it's going to benefit the people. That's why it is not being implemented. So why are we not implementing removing ambiguity on our laws that build up our electoral act? As EU that came to observe in the last election rightly told us that we should remove ambiguity. Why is it being so difficult for us to do? So what is the job of opposition in this order? That an external body said, this is what we observe in your system, and if this continues, it's going to be a big problem for you. And we look at that simply because it is benefiting us. That's why we left it there. Simply because it is benefiting a particular people. That's why it is being left. So why are we not working on it? Which opposition are we expecting them to start talking about that again, about the ambiguity, especially that gives prerogative to Aneke to transmit or choose to collect manually? Which opposition do we need again to get that done? The powers that be in Nigeria rightly know the right thing to be done, but the willpower, they will say it is political will. The political will is not there to get it done, because if it is done, maybe it's going to mean more like signing your warrant of, So, but for goodness sake, opposition have not been our major problem, because we know there are voices that are speaking in this country. But we also know how those voices, the fates that those voices faces most of the time. One was the voice of Senator Natasha. You know the kind of face she faced previously, simply because she stood out and said, I want to project this. And so she started facing a lot of things, including federal government now have to prosecute her, charge that to court. Federal government now charging an individual on defamation ground, not that she defamed federal government, but that she defamed an individual.
But it's still within the right of the federal government to prosecute.
No, it is still also within the right of federal government to ensure that Nigerians are well taken care of, and that the lives of Nigerians are well being protected. Because that's exactly what federal government swore an oath to get done.
All right. Now that you're speaking about the people, about what the government would need to do for the people, let's look at the electricity subsidy shift. The federal government has come out to say that this electrical subsidy should be shared between the federal, the subnationals, and the local government. In fact, it's on news that 3.6 trillion naira is being projected for 2026, 2027, 2028. Let me get your opinion on that.
The opinion simply is, when once it is something that is going to benefit the people, it becomes an issue. To implement it becomes an issue in Nigeria with the version of leadership that we have here. Alright? Now, can we take it a bit to where, it is all playing out before our very eyes? Are you aware that in 2026, if you take it to Ekiti State, are you aware that Ekiti State have about over 400 billion 2026 appropriation bill that have been passed into law? Are you aware that that appropriation bill of over 400 billion naira provided only 60 million naira for health? 60 million for health, but 120 billion for the state assembly to use them do what? Are they executors of project? Is it captured in the law, in our constitution? 120 billion. And so with that now, they can easily fly out to the, to wherever it is working to go and take care of their health. 60 million for 1 year for a whole state. Take it down to Enugu State where we base here. Now Enugu State have over 115 billion mapped out for just furniture in 2026. 115 billion. How can I interpret that? Does it mean that every citizen in Enugu is going to be having a furniture being purchased by the state government? Or does it mean that it is just the state assembly and that of the seat of power, the government house? 115 billion naira. Where are all this money going? Our youths are seeing them, and these guys are dying of hunger, and these guys are being so restive, and these guys will fight back. That's what we're looking at. So now when you take it to the same Enugu here in 2026, it is just 679 million, not billion, million for drugs, for medication in Enugu for 2026. Now that tells you where the priorities are. That tells you where the priorities are. When we are talking about efficiency, financial efficiency in the area of governance, it will just be as if maybe we are just talking. They knows all this. It's not like their brains are not working, it is working. They knows all this. None of them have ever made a mistake and refused to take his salaries or his supposed pay at any day.
So in other words, what you're saying is that this subsidy will not be an issue for the subnationals. They would meet their part of it.
There's no issues at all. Come to Enugu, you know the kind of taxes that Enugu have rolled out, the indigents in Enugu, citizens in Enugu, residents in Enugu are going to pay for 2026. So to realize the money is not an issue. Then you also know what is coming into Enugu and what is going to various local governments from the national level by FAC. You know what all these subnationals receive monthly. So for them to be able to undertake some levels of percentages of subsidy is not an issue at all. We have the money. Mr. Ute, we have the money. The money is not an issue here. We have the money. We have the resources. We have what it takes to even revamp moribund business outfits in Enugu. We have our VOP. It is not working.
But the government is moving gradually. They are revamping some of the...
No, I somewhat give credit to the governor we have today in Enugu. He's doing massively well. This is exactly what I've been championing, the opinion I've been championing for long on national televisions, saying our various abandoned projects ought to be, as a matter of urgency, revived and finished up for the service to the people.
Okay.
Alright? And meanwhile, I have this thought of mine that there is every need to make it a matter of law, that we have a master design for development in every state, or let's say in Enugu State, so that whomsoever that want to come and be our leader, if you come, you must not deviate from that master chart. So let's begin to reduce the possibilities of all this. You establish a particular project, you get to 50% or 40% or 60%, you abandon it, you go, and the next person that will come will simply go and establish another one, knowing too well that if you continue with the existing one, you may not see much to eat, and so you go into another one.
All right. Let's move a little bit faster on the issue of security. We've seen that the United States government will be assisting Nigeria further by perhaps putting boots on ground and giving what we've witnessed in Kwara State as well, where over 150 persons were attacked recently by the Islamic jihadists, I would say bandits, terrorists. They are in a lot of nomenclature, but one thing that is obvious is that Nigerians have been terrorized in Nigeria, and I want to get your view on that, especially given the position of the US government coming to put boots on ground. How do you bring that together with the regional position of Nigeria in Africa? That's
why Nigeria should have to be very careful with the forthcoming election. Because what it simply means, it's a clear-cut affidavit to prove that the today's government have failed. Remember, the primary business of every government in Nigeria is protection, the safety of lives and properties of the citizenry. And if you fail in that particular area of primary assignment, then you have failed. Now tell me the areas where this government in place have actually succeeded. Tell me, if not corruption.
No, but we've seen the Naira is stabilizing.
No, Naira is not stabilizing. Naira is not stabilizing organically. It is not stabilizing.
Inflation rates drop.
Can I ask you a question?
We have a growth of 4.3%.
Is it basing on what? On which products? Do you know that on daily basis we have blue chip companies exiting Nigeria? So if Naira is actually gaining weight or gaining any strength at all, is it based on which products? What are we producing? No. Is it our area of agriculture that is working?
Are you saying that the director of the World Bank that was in Nigeria with the president and the vice president is missing ways when she said yes that there is...
Who gave us the template? Who gave us the template with which we are taxing Nigerians, if not World Bank? Who demanded that today's government should start taxing Nigerians? That's how we are going to build our economy. That we should even deflect our Naira. Who gave us that particular idea, if not World Bank? So what do you expect from them?
But
they will simply come and tell you whatsoever.
What this government to do, given what they met on ground, the subsidy was removed to ensure that this stability is brought about. Though very painful, but we are told it's bringing results.
I hope you know that this government is just a continuum. That this government was the same government that we had under Buhari. I hope you know that Tinubu
we know that it's an APC government, but
yes, Tinubu was the national leader of APC. Remember that. And so he have everything that it takes. Remember that Osinbajo was his closest ally. In fact, his slot. And Osinbajo was the vice president.
Those are harsh, but alright, you wouldn't say that they took advice.
No, what we are saying is this. They told us that Buhari was coming to fight corruption.
Okay.
We agreed. And Buhari entered. They covered our eyes until Buhari left. We now discovered that corruption now multiplied under Buhari. Of course, we even knew when he was there, but we are not allowed to talk. Right? Now, when he left, everything was now open. Now, Tinubu has come, and meanwhile, as at then, it was Lai Mohammed, the then Minister of Information and Culture and Tourism, rightly told us and said that if not because of Buhari, Nigeria would have been plunged into a ditch. Whereas we knew that under Goodluck Jonathan, Nigerian economy, we are being rated at the third fastest growing economy globally under Goodluck Jonathan. Now, immediately Buhari took over in 2015. By 2016, we are called the poverty headquarters of the world. What does that tell you? Now, what brought us to that? Because our farmers could no longer go to the farm. We could no longer sustain our economy. That's why I'm asking, what is now happening that is now building the strength behind our Naira? Is there any product that we're exporting? Balance of payment. What are we taking to international business center? We're only yet importing. We are not taking anything there. Our oil, Buhari even mortgaged it years ahead. So what are we taking to international business center? So that's why if we are talking about how figures are increasing in margin and what have you, then I will tell you it is simply precarious than what we should believe. If you believe it, to your own peril.
Alright.
The truth is that our economy is yet down and nothing but down. Then when you talk about America booting down Nigeria, then I will tell you it is an affidavit, a clear-cut affidavit that the government had failed. Because I didn't that the government were able to secure the lives of citizenry, they wouldn't have come in the first instance. We talked about ranting. Why is it so difficult for us to go for ranting? Why is it so difficult for us to tell the Fulanese that are rearing their cows to go? Rent a house where human beings are living.
You can't tell Fulanese to go, but you can tell cattle rearers.
I'm talking about go and build ranches. That's a private business.
Let's make a distinction. Cattle rearers are not Fulanis. You know, we're stereotyping now. If not every Fulani
who are the cattle rearers?
You have Igbos who are cattle rearers, okay, cattle owners as well.
Who are the major business runners in that field?
Every Nigerian can.
Who are these guys that are killing people? Have you ever heard anybody, any of them killing people, and they are speaking
people?
No. Have you ever heard any of them killing people, going to Kogi State, going to Benue State, killing people and speaking Igbo? Have you ever heard that?
All right, Ima, for want of time, I want to get your opinion on something. I'm already being signaled. We're out of time. I want to get your opinion on the opposition political parties, especially with the coalition, the ADC, coming into 2026. How do you describe that coalition and their chances?
And the chances is simply that, unity gives strength. Simple. Unity gives strength. If the opposition wouldn't, allow overbearing tendencies, pecuniary interest, selfish interest, to ridicule their thoughts, then they're going to get it right, because the masses are behind them.
All right. One more thing. Given the position of the Senate on the Electoral Act, which you've seen, there won't be, they've not voted for the transmission from the polling units to IRF. What is the chances of this opposition?
The chances is that the opposition should start first to address the issue of transmission first from now. Because if you allow it and say, okay, let's go for the pool, after which you go to court, you're not going to get anything beautiful out of court.
But given the timing, that's no longer feasible. We are running out of time already.
Then we can demand that there won't be election. We boycott. Let the international committee be aware of that.
All right, Emma, that's the much we can take on the Insight today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming to the Insight. All right, and to you, our viewers, let us know what you feel about what Emmanuel Chime, public affairs analyst, have said on these very issues. So we'll come your way same time tomorrow. I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The struggle for power, loyalty and leadership has remained a recurring theme throughout history. One literary work that vividly captures these realities is Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Caesar is a political tragedy set in ancient Rome. The play centers Julius Caesar remains a timeless reminder that power must be guided by wisdom, loyalty, and responsibility.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakba. And now the headlines. President Tinubu directs deployment of troops to Kwara over rising insecurity. Governor Mbaka versus Common South-East Markets as Vice President Shetima unveils Vision 2050 Economic Blueprint. And now to the details of the news. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the immediate deployment of an army battalion to Kaima local government area of Kwara State following a massacre in Woro community. The attack left dozens dead after assailant targeted residents who resisted extremist demands. The president authorized Operation Savannah Shield, a military offensive to neutralize suspected Boko Haram elements and secure vulnerable border communities. A field commander has been appointed to oversee stabilization efforts. The federal government has also directed state and relief agencies to provide immediate humanitarian support to displaced residents. The operation is part of an intensified effort to prevent further violence across Kaima and neighboring districts. President Tinubu condemned the attack as cowardly and beastly, vowing that perpetrators will be apprehended and prosecuted. He assured residents of Kwara North that the federal government remains committed to restoring peace and preventing similar tragedies. Former presidential candidate Mr. Peter Obi has condemned the Kwara massacre, calling it a devastating failure of the Nigerian state. He noted that the attacks on Woro and Nuku communities left around 150 people dead, describing the violence as surpassing casualties in active war zones globally. Mr. Obi extended condolences to victims' families and the Kwara State government. Mr. Obi ordered the federal government to declare a war on insecurity and deploy all available resources to combat banditry and restore safety for citizens. He stressed that perpetrators must face swift justice to reassure the public and prevent further bloodshed. He also highlighted that both Christian and Muslim villages were victims, emphasizing the urgent need of a decisive military and strategic response. Mr. Obi's statement adds to the national calls for stronger government action to stem ongoing violence in the north-central region. Nigerian army troops have dislodged suspected IPOB ESN fighters from hideouts in Osumugu, Ihiala local government area of Anambra State. The operation followed actionable intelligence indicating plans to enforce illegal sit-at-home orders. Coordinated ground and aerial operations forced the fighters into surrounding forest, with several reportedly neutralized. In Ebonyi State, troops discovered a mass burial site at Amasiri in Afikpo North, containing victims of previous attacks. Bodies were evacuated from preservation and investigation. In Edo State, soldiers of the 4th Brigade and police apprehended 5 suspected kidnappers in Agbede Forest, recovering motorcycles, phones, and a power bank linked to criminal activity. The operations reflected sustained military pressure on criminal and secessionist elements. Authorities say improved intelligence and coordinated operations continue to restore peace and normalcy across the southeast and south-south regions. The Senate has passed the Electoral Bill 2026, rejecting a clause mandating real-time electronic transmission of election results. Lawmakers retained the 2022 framework, allowing uploads only after manual announcement, citing network instability and legal concerns. The decision has drawn criticism from opposition parties who warn it threatens transparency and invites manipulation. The bill reduces election notice periods from 360 to 180 days and maintains physical permanent voters cards (PVCs) for accreditation, replacing the smart card reader with the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS). Fines for unlawful possession of voters cards will increase to 5 million naira. Former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar has criticized the Nigerian Senate for rejecting mandatory real-time electronic transmission of election results. He called the decision a setback for transparency, warning it preserves loopholes that favor incumbency and invite manipulation. Alhaji Atiku emphasized that real-time transmission is essential for ensuring the final tally reflects voters' true will. He described the Senate reliance on the 2020 as outdated and inadequate for credible elections. The former presidential candidate urged civil society and international community and Nigerians to remain vigilant, warning that without electronic safeguards, the integrity of the 2027 elections remains at risk. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has finalized the timetable for the 2026 general elections, signaling the start of nationwide preparations. The chairman of the commission, Professor Joash Amipitan, confirmed that the commission is ready to conduct credible polls despite ongoing legislative amendments to the Electoral Act. Professor Amipitan noted that INEC submitted technical recommendations but must operate under the 2022 law until the amended bill is passed. Any further changes could require timetable adjustment. The Commission stressed that current legal provisions are sufficient to sustain preparations but urged lawmakers to act promptly to avoid last-minute disruptions to election processes. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has referred the Warri Federal Constituency Ward delineation dispute to the National Security Advisor. The escalation follows protests by Agbaha Warri and Okere Wobo communities demanding implementation of a 2022 Supreme Court ruling on electoral boundaries. INEC confirmed Chairman Joash Amipitan is consulting with security authorities to ensure the final ward structure is legally compliant and prevents communal tensions between Ijo, Iskeri and Urobo groups. Protest leaders said the list continued to disenfranchise Urobo voters. INEC promised a resolution ahead of the 2027 elections to guarantee fair participation for all communities in the affected local government areas. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory (FCT), Mr. Wilson Wike, has announced plans for Abuja's 50th anniversary coinciding with President Tinubu's third year in office. A high-level committee will oversee celebrations, which include a compendium documenting the territory's development over 5 decades. Mr. Wike credited the administration's infrastructure achievements to the removal of the FCT from the Treasury single account, which allowed access to commercial credit for major projects. The city has experienced rapid construction with dozens of projects nearing completion. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Now remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick reminder of major developments in the news. President Bola Tinubu has directed the deployment of troops to Kwara State following a rise in insecurity. And coming up shortly, Governor Peter Mbah has advocated a common Southeast market as Vice President Kashim Shettima unveiled the Vision 2050 economic blueprint for the region. We'll be right back. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Still on the news. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) has intensified anti-narcotics operation in Edo State, arresting 46 suspected traffickers and seizing more than 6,400 kilograms of illicit drugs in January 2026. A major interception along the Auchi-Abuja Expressway led to the discovery of 792 kilograms of cannabis concealed in charcoal bags, disrupting a key supply route in northern Nigeria. In a joint operation with the Nigerian Army, operatives stormed a Bora camp in Ulushi Forest, destroying a 1.6-hectare cannabis plantation estimated to yield about 4,000 kilograms. Soldiers also handed over suspected and large quantities of cannabis seeds recovered during the raid. NDLEA says it has secured 7 convictions within 4 weeks, while over 100 cases are pending at the Federal High Court in Benin City. The Edo State Commander attributed the successes to intelligence-led operations and pledged sustained crackdowns. The President General of Aneke Worldwide, Senator John Asutambata, has called on the federal government to fully fund and empower the Southeast Development Commission. Speaking in Enugu, he said a strong commission is vital for national healing and addressing feelings of marginalization in the region. Senator Sultan Bata highlighted the Igbo community's legacy of innovation and enterprise and said inadequate support fuels discontent. He urged stakeholders to oversee the Vision 2050 framework to ensure its success. He emphasized that real investment in infrastructure and human capital is key to ending long-standing grievances and fully integrating the Southeast into Nigeria's broader development. Meanwhile, Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State says the Southeast region must be reimagined as a common market and economic bloc to realize its full potential. Speaking at the Southeast Vision 2025 Forum, he said 5 states operating in isolation cannot compete in a globalized economy. Governor Mbah outlined plans for regional logistics corridors, integrated security systems, shared investment frameworks, and harmonized regulations to attract capital and boost productivity. He said the Vision 2050 strategy must move beyond planning to deliver tangible outcomes. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who opened the forum, described the initiative as a break from short-term strategies and announced the creation of the Southeast Investment Company to mobilize funding alongside the Southeast Development Commission. The federal government says the rollout of newly procured smart electricity meters will be transparent and free from corruption. The $500 million World Bank-backed project aims to reduce Nigeria's estimated 5.3 million metering gap under the Distribution Sector Recovery Program. Officials disclosed that 20% of the meters will replace 40 units, while the rest will go to new customers with installation expected within 48 hours of approval. Authorities warned that any extortion of preferential treatment would attract sanctions. Meanwhile, the Edo State government says it is yet to receive its allocation and has vowed to resist irregularities when supplies arrive. The state has also pledged to ensure only technical competent firms operate in its power sector. Stakeholders have called for Nigeria to leverage its cultural heritage as a strategic asset for global influence and economic growth. The call was made at the Cultural Diplomacy Conference held in Lagos. Participants highlighted Nigeria's strengths in music, film, and fashion, urging stronger intellectual property protection and improved infrastructure to grow the creative economy. They also emphasized collaboration between government and private investors. Traditional rulers were recognized as custodians of cultural heritage, while organizers launched a mentorship initiative to train young cultural ambassadors. The program aims to position culture as a driver of foreign investment and national branding. The House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee has intensified its investigation into agriculture intervention fraud disbursed over the past decade. Lawmakers expressed dissatisfaction over repeated absences by key agencies including the Central Bank of Nigeria and NIRSAL Microfinance Bank. The probe focuses on programs such as the Anchor Borrower Scheme, with concerns over limited impact on food production despite significant spending. Some institutions that appeared were directed to submit more comprehensive records. The committee says it will conduct forensics audits and field verifications, warning that any agency found to have mismanaged funds will face sanctions. Lawmakers stress that food security remains critical to national stability. NNPC Limited has announced a major restructuring of its refinery operations, seeking international partners to take equity stakes and manage facilities. The move affects the Port Harcourt, Warri and Kaduna refineries with a combined capacity of 445,000 barrels per day. The company says the shift will reduce financial losses associated with full government control and introduce global best practices. NNPC plans to become a shareholder rather than sole operator of the plants. The Nigerian Cricket Federation is resuming top-level competitions in 2026 after a one-year break. The Women's T201 tournament returns in March, with the national female team preparing through an intensive training camp. The 7th National Under-17 Championship will hold from February 10 to 23rd across 6 geopolitical zones. The event serves as a talent discovery platform for both boys and girls. The Federation says the dual competitions form part of a long-term high-performance strategy. Officials aim to strengthen grassroots development while maintaining competitiveness at senior levels. Samuel Ibefan will represent Nigeria at the Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Olympics, becoming the first Nigerian to compete in 2 Winter Games. The cross-country skier previously featured at Beijing 2022. He is scheduled to compete in the men's sprint classic and 10-kilometer free event. Ibefano has remained active on the international skiing circuit despite limited winter sports infrastructure in Nigeria. His participation highlights Nigeria's growing presence in non-traditional sports. The country is yet to win a Winter Olympic medal. Lagos will host the President Belt Pan-African Boxing Championship in April. It is organized by Heritage Boxing Entertainment to celebrate sport and heritage. The fight card features boxers from Nigeria, Senegal, Benin, Republic, and Togo, alongside competitors from the Nigerian Army and Police. Female boxers are also scheduled to compete. Organizers say the championship aims to give young athletes international exposure. The event is expected to attract boxing enthusiasts from across Africa. Nollywood actress Angela Okorie has publicly apologized to colleague Mercy Johnson Okoji ending years of online hostility. In a video message, she dismissed past allegations and called for reconciliation. Okorie said the dispute stemmed from misinformation and expressed regrets for her role in the feud. She noted that maturity and family consideration influenced her decision to seek peace. She confirmed that both actresses have spoken to resolve their differences. The move has drawn positive reactions from fans and industry colleagues. Nollywood actors Fatia Williams and Saidi Balogun have exchanged one-birthday messages reflecting a renewed friendship years after their divorce. Both shared the same birthday on February 5th. Fatia referred to Balogun in affectionate terms on social media while he expressed gratitude for life and family. Their public interaction signals continued reconciliation. Observers say the pair remained or maintained mutual support in recent years, particularly in family matters. Their relationship is now widely seen as an example of cordial co-parenting. And now, news across the country. Here are the main points again. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the deployment of military personnel to Kwara State in response to the growing security challenges in parts of the state. The directive is aimed at restoring peace, protecting lives and property, and reinforcing ongoing efforts by security agencies to curb criminal activities in the affected regions. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State has called for the establishment of a common market for the Southeast to enhance economic cooperation and competitiveness. This comes as Vice President Kashim Shettima unveiled the Southeast Vision 2050 economic blueprint, a long-term development framework designed to unlock the region's industrial, technological, and investment potential. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidimaya Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. Advertisements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories, call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, live with the world.
Nigeria's push for regional economic transformation gained momentum as the Southeast Development Commission unveiled its Vision 2050 strategy, a long-term plan to grow the Southeast into a $200 billion economy and industrial hub. The strategy was presented at a high-level stakeholders forum in Enugu held in partnership with the Office of the Vice President, the Ministry of Regional Development, and the 5 Southeast state governments. Representing the presidency, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Development Review, Ms. Miriam Temitope Masha, said the Tinubu administration established regional development commissions to address structural imbalances and unlock subnational economic potential. She noted that the Southeast's strong culture of enterprise and innovation positions it as a key driver of Nigeria's future growth.
Through the commissions, regions can set shared priorities, leverage skill from intervention for infrastructure investments, aiming to link local strengths to national objectives while delivering public investments and coherence across the states. So in closing, the Regional Development Commission's response to a simple truth, and that is Nigeria cannot achieve inclusive growth unless the regions are empowered to deliver in line with the unique assets and challenges that they have.
The Southeast Development Commission Managing Director, Dr. Mark Okoye, said the Vision 2050 framework shifts the region away from fragmented development towards coordinated large-scale investment planning. He identified energy security, infrastructure financing, and diaspora capital mobilization as critical levers for growth, citing an estimated $10 billion infrastructure gap across the region. Dr. Okoye proposed joint mega projects, including regional power generation, gas pipelines, and rail networks to attract global investors, while also calling for better structuring for the roughly $4 billion in annual diaspora remittances flowing into the Southeast.
The purpose of this forum is simple: to move the Southeast from fragmented to coordinated action. For decades, government planning across our country has also failed to deliver. The forum is therefore not about implementing a finished plan. It's about co-creating one. The Southeast diaspora is one of its greatest strategic assets. If we do this right, the Southeast Vision 2050 will not be another document.
On behalf of the Enugu State Governor, Dr. Peter Mba, Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidiebere Onya, emphasized that regional integration and shared infrastructure are essential for unlocking the Southeast's economic potential, noting that no single state can achieve transformational growth alone.
Represents a defining milestone in the collective development journey of the Southeast region, a moment that calls for reflection, strategic thinking, and united action towards a shared future. The Southeast Vision 2050 Forum is not just another meeting, it is a strategic platform deliberately designed to bring together sector leaders, development partners, and key stakeholders to collectively shape. Let me reaffirm that Enugu State stands ready to partner with the Southeast Development Commission and sister states in translating the Vision 2050 framework into concrete policies, programs, and investments.
Private sector leaders and cultural stakeholders also voiced support. Ohaneze Ndigbo President General, Senator Azu Tambata, described the initiative as a historic opportunity for collective advancement, while industrialist Lady Ada Chukwudozie stressed that the infrastructure must now match the region's entrepreneurial strength.
industry that produces wealth, creates jobs, and will guarantee sustainable development in the region.
I feel proud. I feel that it is long overdue. I feel that it is deserved. And I also feel that the people of Southeast, it is more or less an instrument of necessity to address a lot of industrial dislocations that happened during the Civil War, and also to create a balance between us.
The forum, which brings together more than 200 participants from government, finance, media and development institutions, is expected to produce a data-driven roadmap to guide investment and policy decision in the Southeast over the next quarter century. Organizers say the Vision 2050 plan is designed to position the region as a globally competitive investment destination and a major contributor to Nigeria's long-term economic expansion. Jennifer Onibo, Aneke TV.
We are on campus today talking to freshers about their first days in university, the surprises, the challenges and the excitement of beginning a new journey. Let's hear what they have to say.
My advice is that always come for lectures and always concentrate because it's not easy in universities like this to not to come to lectures and you think that you just come for exam and that, right, and also be coordinated, and also anything they ask for, just always do it and always be punctual in everything, and also if you want to come one of the best in IMT, you have to follow up if it's a practical and all other things. You always be the best. Always in a spiritual life like this, always follow God. Do not backslide. Like my spiritual father always say that any day, anytime, do not rely on men, but rely on God only. Do not ever say that you want to go and meet man for something. Always rely on God. Even though you have problems, just always rely on God. And even for relationship like this, do not think that a relationship can be just for nothing. If you want to be in a relationship like this, always be smart. Do not get relationship to get into your head, but always be smart in this kind of relationship.
Focus on yourself and know what you came to campus to do. Because so many people are here not just to win or to get distracted, and so many are here to distract others that wants to achieve something in the future. And so coming to this school, this place is not my intention. I don't want to come here, but I'm seeing things, and the friends that I'm making is giving me back that I should stay calm. I see so many people with ambition in this school, and many that are here just to have fun and all stuff. You understand? My fellow freshers, I would like to say anything about God, just take it serious, because you don't know what plan that God has for you. You might just think like me. I had a vision that led me to IMT, because the school that I intended to go is UNN, but I had a vision for IMT, and I know that God has something for me here. You understand? And first of all, in aspect of relationship with God, obedience is better than sacrifice. Just obey and leave everything to God. Like our lecturer on 115 said, just do 50 and leave 50 to God, or you do 40 and leave 60 to God. You can't leave everything to God. You understand? And find people that you know they are serious with relationship with God, not people that loves to party and loves whiling their way their time. You understand? And try to endeavor in a fellowship program or in a society like a fellowship society that can be following up about your spiritual life and other stuffs. And and also try to have mentors, people that if you have problems, you can go to them and say, sir, this is what I'm battling with. Like, you understand? Like, so many of us are passing through a lot. So many of us are facing a lot of challenges. Like, let me say, lost, masturbation is very easy. But if you have a spiritual mentor that is highly ranked in the spirit, he will guide you. He will guide you. Understand? Don't make friends with hooligans. You understand? So that's my advice on the fresher. Who's left things
To freshers, to me, from my own experience, school is not an easy task. It's easy only when you want to make it easy. It is less for me. Because I know that this life, the way you lay your bed is the way you learn. You as a fresher, as a beginner, all you need to do, one, is to ask those that has been in the game before you. How is it? How it has been, like how they have been playing the game, understand? And you as a fresher, never you try to prove to your lecturers that you are stubborn. Always cooperate with them. One, make sure you go to class. Although normally is not more that everybody.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome to the entertainment segment of the day here on Aneke TV, and I'm doing this today with one and only. Before I tell you who I'm doing this with, I want to first of all ask you, how are you doing? How's the day going? As the Commissioner for Enjoyment, my palliative is on the way. So wherever you are, just get ready to receive something awesome, something amazing. I'm not doing this just to let you know that I am doing well. I'm also doing it because I see what is happening, and I see you guys that we all need that love and warmness for the day. So wherever you are, in the traffic or in the home, sipping your coffee or whatever you're doing, just know that my palliative will come to you. And when my palliative comes to you as the Commissioner of Enjoyment, I am here to bring you the fun and vibes. Now I want to tell you that we're doing this today with who you have never seen or have ever met. I'm talking about one and only Mma. Now, Mma is someone that I've known quite a number of, not years, but times, because we're not talking about years now. You know, these people, when you meet them, they are more like a sister, but more like a sister, and more like a sister in the Lord and other lords. Well, I'm talking about Mma, one and only Mma of 042. Hello, Mma, good afternoon.
I'm fine. How are you? How are you, everyone? Hi, Kosiri. This is your girl, Mma. Okay. I hope you all are doing amazing today, because I am doing fine. All right. Thank you for having us here today.
Thank you for having him. Let me tell you something about Mama. Wanted to say something, then she remembered that she's with the commissioner, so she had to just adjust, because you know what we do as the Commissioner of Enjoyment. I tend to tell you that this is where we bring the enjoyment. Enjoyment is like you know what they call a wrap of gifts, and Valentine's is even on the way. So I'm going to do a lot of things. If you are in love and you don't have money to be in love, if you have money to be in love and you don't have where to stay, if you have a good life and you don't have a good life, just come to me. This 14th of February, I'm going to give you some great things, and on 13th of February, we're going to do some great things also to bring you. You know, this is what I do, so don't worry. Now over to you, Mama. How you doing? You've told the people you have, and we all are seeing that shine. Yeah. You know, really, you walked in, everyone was saying, oh my days, everyone was saying, oh. I'm like, since I started as a commissioner, nobody has done to me. Is it good?
let me tell you something you don't know. The thing is that they've been owing you behind, just that you do not get to see it or hear from them.
They've been owing.
They don't want you to get so overwhelmed. And excited about it because they don't know that. Yes, no. If you start telling you like just say your fellow guys start saying
No, not fellow guys.
Okay, the girls.
Guys don't do we do try.
Or you do bro.
Yeah, bro. What guys do try?
I'm sure they actually be doing that, but you fail to realize.
No, because even as the commissioner, all my constituents.
They told me they've been telling you they've been,
Well, that's not what we're gonna. That's what we're gonna, because after this show now, I'm gonna write a memo. Everybody has to do every day. Everywhere you see me, let rise. Like an
we just change your name to
No, I don't want to
change your name to
I don't want someone to change my name to I want to be the master class of all the enjoyment. So I like is like I love this pity.
But you know what baffles me the more is you're commissioner for enjoyment, right?
Yeah.
But yet I've not gotten anything from you. Like, why am I left out? How am I not participating in all this enjoyment? Because I haven't seen this so well. I would like to participate in the palliative.
You like to do what?
In the palliative.
In the
palliative. I like to get
palliative.
And Valentine is coming, you know that. And it's the time of love and all that. So I would like to get mine. Valentine. Yeah.
I'm not coming here. I don't know what is Valentine. We don't do Valentine here. Commissioner don't do Valentine. We do we don't do Valentine. When you want to get your palliative, after now,
first of all, I think I have something for you. We were talking about palliative and we are talking about something.
I hope it's something reasonable.
Listen to me. I do this for you. As the commissioner, I
raw cash.
Listen to me.
It's raw cash. I like raw cash.
I want to do something.
Currency.
I want to do something. And she's saying raw cash. You see the problem now. Take and go and buy anything you want. Take.
Is it from your heart?
Just go buy. Just buy.
Is this really from your heart, you guys? I don't know if it's from his heart.
This is what commissioner is doing. Go and buy anything you want.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to do that. You don't cry when you hear debit alert.
No. I will cry, okay? I've cleaned my tears already. Just go.
Guys can see he gave me his card. I'm going to get whatever I like.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
In case he comes complaining to you guys that I've drew all his money, I've spent a lot.
Yes, it's fine. Alright. It's alright.
I'm giving it back to you. No, I'm not going to give it back to you.
My card.
Alright,
moving on from that, you know how we do this. We do a lot of banter, a lot of love, and a lot of good stuff. And I saw a tweet from the richest man in the world, said to be the richest man in the world, someone whose money can buy a particular country, and someone whose money is just big. And the man said that happiness, that the person who said money can't buy happiness, that he knew what he was saying. Can money buy happiness?
Well, to me, I don't know about you guys.
I think we have to put it up there, his tweet, so that people will see that it's not me that said it. That Erimus, you know, brother Erimus, the next brother, the younger brother to Zuckerberg.
Yeah, I know.
Brother Erimus, he's the one that said it. So that let's see. It's just there. You will see. But you will say, can money buy you happiness?
Of course.
How much money can buy you happiness? Not the one in my card, but can try going the card.
We'll start from this one. Start from your card, then we'll move on.
Okay, money. You know, said that money can buy happiness, can buy tears. You don't know.
I'll use the money to clean the tears. I don't mind. Haven't you heard? It's better cry in
Lamborghini and Bentley.
Cry in keke.
What people cry in keke? People cry in Lamborghini. People rejoice in keke. People rejoice in Lamborghini. So that means I should be in Lamborghini and cry. So that means, okay, so it's better you are in Lamborghini crying.
Let me cry there.
Okay, my Lamborghini. Oh, you see.
I wanted to give you the key, but you have said something else. So let me just find.
Please get the key.
That's the key I'm looking for, but it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, it's with my driver. It's my driver.
All right.
Yeah. So, but can money buy you happiness?
Money can buy me happiness. Money, like I always say, I've said something about this before. I've said something like, money can stop nonsense. Money can stop a lot of things, okay? If, let's say, I'm having a bad day, just give me money. Whether 1,000 naira, no matter the amount you give me, I will smile for you.
Are you serious?
Yes. Money buys happiness.
Are you having a bad day now?
I am having a bad day.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You don't tell commissioner, man.
That one I gave you is just...
Because you already giving me your card, and I'm sure you will cry later, so I don't want to ask
Are you serious now?
Yes.
No, there's no problem. Just, this is how we...
Really?
Yes.
Is this 50 million?
Yeah, you see, don't grade it
this
by
kind of money can't clean my tears.
Are you serious?
No, it can't.
Well, let me double it now.
It can't wipe
what am
my
I doing in
tears.
this life? Is it not to make people happy? I'm the commissioner of enjoy.
Happy I'm bringing something lower than this.
I'm checking,
Because I deal in millions. No, I deal in dollars.
Okay, don't worry. Later we talk. Later we see if all millions. Later we...
You will fulfill it.
No, later we talk.
You're going to fulfill it.
Wait,
I'm serious about it.
But wait, let me ask you. See, when people say money buys happiness, Erimus said that money doesn't buy happiness or can't buy. You know, when he says can't, is no, it cannot buy happiness. Now, looking at his statue and his social, not just social, but his financial state, and he's coming out to tweet this kind of a thing. In fact, he is saying this on his own platform, where the platform he bought. Are you following?
Yeah.
So as rich as he is it like there's a problem, or is it just what other people are saying? Okay, looking at there's a lot of things that have happened, and you see politicians, and you see celebrities, you see people just balling private jet, and at the end of the day, everybody will go back and sleep in just one bed. They can't sleep in a 2-bed. So unless in a 2-bedroom flat. I got it. But what do you think about that kind of scenario? Do you think money can really satisfy the craving of man?
Well, to me, I think money...
And he told me that I should not worry that he's gonna... Now, talking about Wizkid, you love Wizkid so much. Now, he was complaining that they were dragging him on the internet. I was telling him, Chai, stop. He said that he's going to do this, going to do that. But did you see that issue that happened between him and Seun Kuti?
Yeah, I saw the issue. It
so
was
where he was, Seun Kuti said he is not the African giant. Of course, he is not even the one that introduced Afrobeat. That fella, you know, a lot of you guys, Wizkid FC, you people are coming to our nerves a lot. How can somebody wake up and say Wizkid and Fela on the same level? Is Wizkid and Fela on the same level?
Let me tell you something. Wizkid is bigger than Fela. I'll say it all over and over.
You say Wizkid is what?
It's bigger than Fela.
Who introduced Afrobeat?
For the fact that he introduced... Okay, let me just... exactly what I wanted to say. I wanted to say that Wizkid didn't come out openly to say he's bigger than Fela. Okay? Wizkid endorses Fela a lot. He appreciates him. Even has a tattoo of him on his body, part of his body. So he really appreciates the man's work. I know Fela is actually the one who introduced Afrobeat. I can't lie about that. In as much as people have actually forgotten about him because he's no longer alive. Okay, and I know his legacy is still there. So what I'm trying to say is that with his influence in the society, in the music industry of our time, yes, now, he really influenced Wizkid, Burna Boy, and the rest of them. Okay, and coming to that, Wizkid had carried on from where he stopped.
Wait, excuse me, dance.
You see, Seun came out to talk about all this because he's Wizkid. He didn't like the fact that Wizkid is doing well. He wants to just... they were trying... let me say, Wizkid is the most hated artist.
Who hates Wizkid?
People hate him.
They hate Wizkid.
He doesn't give them what they want.
No, we're going to see that scenario. And I want to paint it.
You know, Wizkid recently had a documentary about his crafts. He did. First person he mentioned was Fela. To show you that he carries Fela. The second person he
mentioned was Commissioner. Because I was there live.
I know, you were even sitting close.
Do you get, like, even that day, you know, let me tell you, even that day that he was with Asake as they released that album, that album that they just released, that EP, sorry, they released together, I was telling him, Wizkid, stop, Wizkid, stop. He released it. I said, why are you doing this to me now?
The thing is, Seun said that Wizkid has been the one, you know, bringing up his father's legacy, you know, being the one talking about it, making people to no Fela the more. Do you see Sean talking about his father? Do you see him coming out, appreciating his father's craft?
Well, you know.
Well, Wizkid has been doing that.
Wizkid has been doing that, but you know how this thing.
Wizkid never said he is bigger than Fela. It was his fans who said. And for the fact that Sean always comes online dragging Wizkid, you can't beat a baby, you can't beat a child and expect he or she not to cry. He's been doing it. So Wizkid came out. This one thing with Wizkid, he doesn't talk, but when he talks, the whole nation shakes. That's one thing. The whole everybody set ring lights.
Did not shake when
it was shaking. Everybody comes out with their ring light, set ring light, talking about him because he said something.
Wizkid.
People keep dragging that guy, and when he decides to take action to whatever they are doing to him, people start crying, and it's not fair.
Oh, excuse me. Wizkid is not fair. First of all,
Wizkid is fair. Whatever that has to do with Wizkid, I'm interested in it.
Okay. So now, when you look at this, what do you have to tell Wizkid FC? Because when people are doing show and they are trying their best to, what will you tell Wizkid FC people? What is actually the problem? Let's go. What will you tell them? Yeah, what do you think that they will actually do and they will actually put together? Because looking at what Wizkid is doing and looking at what these guys are doing, you will see that it's not coming together. Wizkid is supporting Fela Kuti, then Fela Kuti is also supporting Wizkid FC. So Wizkid FC have fun. Are you the problem that we are having? Is it when I call Officer Wos to come and deal with you people, Wizkid FC people? So now, I love what you said. Is Wizkid FC that started comparing Wizkid with Fela?
So yeah.
Or Abinau?
Yeah.
So what do you have to tell them? Don't you think that if Seun Kuti goes attacks the people?
He's been attacking them all along.
Okay, so
he's
now
been coming online to drag. He's been doing it for years. And Wizkid just came out to tell him, guy, this is enough. You've been dragging my fans. Okay, let everybody go to sleep. Are you happy now? Oh, I am the biggest. That's what he now said. Okay, are you okay now? I am the biggest. Let us go to bed. Everybody should go and sleep.
So he's the big bird. Wizkid is the big bird.
See, Wizkid is the biggest. I don't know what you. I don't know what you believe. Wizkid is the biggest.
Now.
In as much as I love Wizkid, I love David. I love them both. Three of them, Burna Boy, Wizkid, David. I appreciate them because they're all hardworking young men. They're really doing well for themselves.
Yes, of course.
They're really doing well.
Yeah,
do you know how far they've taken this music to?
Yes. Do you also know that just few I saw it this morning. Davido is going on another tour.
Yeah, you see,
he's going
they're doing amazing.
But what do you think? What do you think about Wizkid FC? What do you have to tell them? Because you are part of the FC.
Is it in terms of dragging Fela?
Yes. Why are they putting Fela in the same? And you, Seth, you're in Wizkid FC now. Because why will you say Wizkid is bigger than Fela? What kind of thing is that?
I would say, to be honest with you, I'm not really in support of that. Them saying that Wizkid is bigger than Fela. But he is, in terms of influentials, in every other aspect, he is bigger. Wizkid is bigger in other aspects. They said Fela had fought for freedom.
Okay.
But the freedom he fought was just for himself. He didn't do it for the country. It was for himself. So, that's it. Wizkid is big. But I wouldn't say he's bigger than Fela.
Okay.
I think the SC should calm down when it comes to saying that he's bigger than Fela and all that. Okay, he is not bigger than Fela, but somehow he is in the other aspects.
Okay, yes, okay. I believe you. Now, what I'm trying to say is that that Davido is going on a tour. We're going to see that Davido he has announced that he will be going on a tour. And look at 5 Alive Tour 2026. This is the tour.
He's going another one?
Yes, look at it. He's going on another tour.
Wow.
And February
I hope you come to Enugu.
There's no Enugu here.
Enugu must be there.
No, there's no Enugu, of course, because he is going outside Nigeria. Now
outside Nigeria. Okay,
now he's taking it to there's no Nigeria in this tour now. He's taking it to the globe. He's taking it to the globe. And I was with him the last time that he went on tour. We are kind of having some interaction, and I asked him why is he going on tour. He said tour. Wallahi. I say no.
Do you know the last time, the time Davido came for a show in Enugu? Okay. I attended that show.
You attended the show?
I attended the show by sneaking. I snuck out of the house that night. So.
Oh,
he came late that day to perform on stage. Actually, the whole thing came, Jerry came. Jerry actually stole the show. I can't realize that a lot of people who came for that show were actually there for Jerry, because immediately Jerry came. If you see how the crowd was buzzing, everybody was happy. But after that Jerry show, then Davido started performing. A lot of people started going home, because I was there till 3 a.m. in the morning, so I got tired. When I was like, am I actually leaving Davido's show? Like, Davido actually came to you, I see Davido. I'm like, oh, where am I going? But I was already tired, I was sleepy. I was like, I don't like staying there. What do you mean? I like going now, but if I stay there for a while, let's just say a few minutes, 1 hour, I'm already tired. Okay? No matter how much I love to go out, but I started going home. So I was like, when I was thinking, I'm going home.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness,
and that is how we're saying, oh my God.
If not that, a lot of people complain of, a friend of mine came with his girlfriend, so he dropped us from the car. Immediately we were entering the show after paying for the ticket. So the girl just immediately they came down from the car, they stole the girl's phone. So a lot of phones were stolen, a lot of items were taken from people. Some girls were embarrassed because of their dress. I'm not in support of that.
Yes,
so
bad, yeah.
It was fun.
It was fun. Yeah. Okay, it was fun, and it has been fun all the way this afternoon here on Aneke TV, bringing you the best of what is happening in the world of entertainment. And I had Mma. Mma has no pepper to herself, so Mma is just Mma, because she's the beauty of the universe, we would say. And I'm doing this today with one of the best. You've heard her speak, you've heard her give her own opinion on what it is and how she was with Wizkid and she was with Davido, and this girl is just with people and she is just doing a lot of good things. And also she is with my card, because she's not going anywhere until she gives me my card.
See this card? Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye to this card.
Bye-bye.
You asked me to withdraw whatever I want, right?
Bye-bye, and I'm blocking the account. Thank you very much. That is how
if you like, block it.
Okay, you will see now. That is how we're doing it today in this world of entertainment. Thank you very much for being with us there. It is a Thursday day that has been a promising day for you and I believe that you are doing well out there. So I want to thank you, Ma, for coming here today. Thank you very much. Can I have a handshake? A wonderful handshake.
It was my pleasure.
It was your
and
pleasure.
Thank you guys for having me here today.
You see?
I am pleased to be here. I'm glad to do this with him. Okay.
With Commissioner, please, not him. With Commissioner. Be specific. With
the Commissioner of Commissioner for Enjoyment. I Minister of Enjoyment. I enjoyed being here today. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Stay tuned for
more, of course. That is how it's going to be. All right, bye-bye. Have a wonderful Thursday. See you again tomorrow. Bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. We're on campus today talking to freshers about their first days in university, the surprises, the challenges, and the excitement of beginning a new journey. Let's hear what they have to say.
My advice is that always come for lectures and always concentrate, because it's not easy in universities like this to not to come to lectures and you think that that you just come for exam and that, right? And also be coordinated, and also anything they ask for, just always do it, and always be punctual in everything. And also if you want to become one of the best in IMT, you have to follow up if it's a practical and all that things. You always be the best. Always in a spiritual life like this, always follow God. do not backslide. Like my spiritual father always say that any day, anytime, do not rely on men, but rely on God only. Do not ever say that you want to go and meet man for something. Always rely on God. Even though you have problems, just always rely on God. And even for relationship like this, do not think that a relationship can be just for nothing. If what be in a relationship like this, always be smart. Do not get relationship to get into your head, but always be smart in this kind of relationship.
The advice that I will give to my fellow freshers is that focus on yourself and know what you came to campus to do. Know what you came to campus to do, because so many people are here not just to read ball, to get distracted, and so many are here to distract others that wants to achieve something in the future. And also, like me coming to this school, this place is not my intention. I don't want to come here, but the way I'm seeing things and the friends that I'm making is giving me a vibe that I should stay calm and look forward for my future. Like I see so many people with ambition in this school, and many that are here just to have fun and all stuff. You understand? My fellow freshers, I would like to say, anything about God, just take it serious, because you don't know what plan that God has for you. You might just think like me. I had a vision that led me to IMT, because the school that I intended to go is UNN, but I had a vision for IMT, and I know that God has something for me here. You understand? And first of all, in aspect of relationship with God, obedience is better than sacrifice. Just obey and leave everything to God. Like our lecturer on Com 115 said, just do 50 and leave 50 to God, or you do 40 and leave 60 to God. You can't leave everything to God. You understand? And find people that you know they are serious with relationship with God, not people that loves to party and loves whiling their time. You understand? And try to endeavor in a fellowship program or in a society like a fellowship society that can be following you up about your spiritual life and other stuffs. And also try to have mentors, people that if you have problem with, you can go to them and say, sir, this is what I'm battling with. Like, you understand? Like, so many of us are passing through a lot. So many of us are facing a lot of challenges, like, let me say, lust, masturbation, lesbianism. But if you have a spiritual mentor that is highly ranked in the spirit, he will guide you. Understand? Don't make friends with hooligans then. You understand? So that's my advice for a fresher. Always love things
to freshers. To me, from my own experience and perspective, school is not an easy task, but it's easy only when you want to make it easy. It is less for you. You know that this life, the way you lay your bed is the way you learn your needs. You as a fresher, as a beginner, all you need to do, one, is to ask those that has been in the game before you how they have been playing the game, understand? And you as a fresher, never you try to prove to your lecturers that you are stubborn. Always cooperate with them. One, make sure you go to class. Although normally it's not more that everybody will go to class, but try as possible as you can. Make sure you go to class. Take your lectures very serious. Study hard. But to me, it's not more that everybody must study. But at least try your best. Understand? Because when you try your best, they will know how they will help you out. The most annoying part is that you are not putting effort, and you'll be expecting somebody to come and assist you. Understand? Anybody that wants to assist you is trying to pull his or herself down. Understand? So when you make a move, they will help you to move.
My advice to freshers is they should focus on their studies and try to be oriented on the environment of the school. So that's the only advice. Because in aspect of spiritual life, I would say that they should focus. Everybody has their own religion, so they should focus on their religions, trying to pray that the God they are serving would help them pass through.
I want to say about the relationship that if you're not ready for anything, just don't go into it, because it's going to drain you. Yes. But the academical stuff, I'm going to advise them to take their studies seriously, like in secondary school. That they should not just pass over anyone. They should take it serious because most of it you're going to see there, and you cannot run away from it. Then about the God spiritual life, they should hold God very well because without God they are nothing. There are going to be so many pressures to join this, to join that, maybe from the new classmates that you meet. You just have to hold God and then know God. It's going to help you along the way.
First, I would say let them, take their studies very serious. Wise up because commerce they put this school. So and take God things serious. Worship God very well. Good, give your life to Christ. Many things. So, and the last one, take your studies very well.
Those are the voices of freshers sharing their thoughts and advice as they begin this important chapter. We wish them success as they settle into the university life. Thanks for watching. I am Cheryl Uche, Aneke TV.
It is in a special way that I welcome you to Security Watch on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that is designed to look into the security of lives and the properties of the citizens. It also provides solutions through which the security and crime rate will be reduced to the barest minimum. Thank you so much for being there. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook page, TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being part of this program. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi, and today we want to examine the security duties of the NSCDC. Of course, good enough, we have a superintendent of corps, a former public relations officer of the NSCDC Enugu State Command, and of course, he measures as the PA to the commandant of the NSCDC Enugu State Command. Emmanuel Watu is here. You're welcome on the show, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right. Today we want to look at the duties of the NSCDC when it comes to the crime control and the crime fighting. So what are we talking about when we talk about how has the NSCDC controlled or prevented crime?
Thank you very, very much, Obasi. It's what a pleasure to be here. It's always a delight to be in Aneke TV, and thank you so much. My name once again is Superintendent of Corps Watu Emmanuel, and just like you said, I've been a former public relations officer of the NSCDC Enugu State Command, and currently the PA to our very hardworking, very ebullient state commandant, Commandant Elijah Etim Willie. He is from Akwa Ibom State, and he has truly transformed NSCDC Enugu State Command into what it ought to be. And he came in around November, the 1st of November 2024, and since his coming, he hit the ground running by ensuring that there is an upgrade to the administrative structure within the state. Previously we had just 3 area commanders. When he came, he increased the number to 7. And we also had just 17, divisional officers covering the 17 local government areas of Enugu State. But he decided that no, there was a need to increase the number. of divisional officers, and so he increased the number from 17 to 37. The whole idea, of course, is to partition Enugu State into smaller, manageable chunks.
Okay, that is very, very wonderful. But permit me to come back to that a little bit later than now.
Thank you.
So let's come back to the duties or the security duties of the NSCDC.
Thank you very much. The NSCDC is a grassroots paramilitary agency charged with the protection of lives and property. Many people want to worry and wonder what we do. So I hope that before we wrap up this program, we'll be able to showcase and tell everyone that the NSCDC duties are highly defined and delineated. First of all, the NSCDC is into critical national assets and infrastructural protection. Of course, when we're talking about critical national assets, we're talking about public utilities and infrastructure that is critical to the survival of our people, such that if such places are not properly policed, properly guarded, any disruption could really be disastrous to the nation. And that is one very critical aspect of that. The second one, of course, is crisis management. Crisis management, we have a department in the NSCDC that is strictly into the to ensure that de-escalation of crisis within the state. We have a disaster management team, a department that is devoted and dedicated to interventionist operations, where there are accidents, where there are building collapse and things like that, emergencies here and there. They also undergo weekly surveillances. We also have under the same crisis management function of the NSCDC. We also have the Peace and Conflict Resolution Unit. This is a unit that leverages on alternative dispute resolution. Here we have trained mediators, and their work basically is to ensure that they help warring parties to settle disputes amicably. We also have lawyers in the NSCDC, trained lawyers who also help to ensure that everything we do is within the ambit of the law. Of course, we have the counter-terrorism unit. We also have the CBNR, that's a very longish name, the chemical, biological, nuclear, and radioactive and explosive unit. Of course, they work to ensure that they monitor the movement of chemicals around the state, so that sometimes there are some chemicals that can be used for the manufacture of explosives, and so there's a need to keep an eye on what's going on, how chemicals are moving around, what type of chemicals are moving around for the safety of our people. I must also mention the private guard company regulation, the licensing and the regulation of private guard company, and of course let you know that everything we do leverages on intelligence gathering. The NSCDC, before it became an armed outfit, was purely an intelligence, more or less intelligence-driven community, and we have not forgotten where we came from.
Okay. Well, and they wouldn't forget that in the haste. Okay.
So that is something that whatever we do, we try to ensure that we have adequate intelligence to be able to pursue, so that we don't make mistakes on the field. And of course, the VIP protection is now on us.
Okay.
I'm talking about the protection of very important persons. Just last year, the president said that this duty will now be managed by the NSCDC, and so we're already onto that.
Okay. Thank you so much. You have really enumerated a lot of duties, but permit me, this topic or everything we're going to discuss today will be revolving around all of these duties. Yes. If at some point in the program we'll come back to the ones maybe you have mentioned, that means we'll have one or two things to understand there. Certainly. Okay, thank you so much. You talked about the protection of lives and property of the citizens. Yes. Okay, how do we go about doing that, sir?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. The NSCDC, like I said earlier, is a grassroots And by that I mean, of course, that the structure of the NSCDC is designed to ensure that there is maximum impact at the community level. In other words, we are very, very concerned about what happens within suburban areas, rural areas. We have our structure right there at the federal government level. At the state level, we have our state commands. And of course, we have our area commands and our divisional offices, where we have divisional officers who are in charge of various areas of the state. The whole idea is to bring security closer to the people. And as such, our doors are always open to the public, so they can come in with their complaints, come in with their issues, and we have officers who are trained. The NSCDC is trained to respect human rights, and of course to follow the rule of law. And so, how do we do what we do? We have, like I said earlier, when I was mentioning the duties of the NSCDC, we have officers and men who are trained to intervene during disasters. We also have people who are trained to protect critical national assets within the state. Of course, when we're talking about critical national assets, like I said earlier, we're talking about telecommunications, power installations. If you go to the EEDC, you will see our men there. If you go to the water installations, the water board, you see our men are there protecting actively, well, 24-hour surveillance. Our patrol teams move around the nooks and crannies of the state, ready to take in any information that will be actionable. We also have our intelligence men. Like I told you, the NSCDC rides on the backbone of intelligence. So we have our officers, plainclothes men who are always on a daily basis.
Oh, plainclothes?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
On a daily basis.
Unidentified.
Unidentified. And so, that's why I pity a lot of people who are into crime these days. Oh, yes. It's only a matter of time. And when I say it with all level of seriousness. You will be caught. And you will pay the price. The long arm of the law will definitely catch up with you. And of course, so we have our rapid response squad that is always ready to move in at short notice. Most importantly, the NSCDC does not believe it can do all of this work alone.
Okay.
And that is something that must sound right from the start. We have come of that perfect knowledge that it is only by proper collaboration with other security agencies, proper coordination with the DSS, with the police, and with other very relevant sister agencies that we work with every day, that we can be able to deal with this kind of crimes in the society. Also, just one thing to add also, of course, the society, we recognize the importance of partnering with the society.
Okay, thank you so much. I understand that you have enormous jobs to do, and all of these things you do are to better the lives of the citizens. Nothing more than that.
That's correct.
Thank you so much. You talked about crisis management.
Yes, please.
Okay, crisis, I don't know if it's crisis between state and state, or crisis in the family, or crisis at what level, sir?
Oh, yes.
And how do you come in to manage?
Yes. Let me use the Agro Rangers, one of our responsibilities. We have the Agro Rangers department, and we have trained, these are trained mediators, basically. And their work is to mediate between farmer and herders. The incessant clashes of farmers and herders.
Okay.
And to protect farmers, to also protect agro-allied industries. We're talking about companies that utilize agri-based products to produce whatever they do, to ensure that these companies are protected, to ensure that farmers can go to their farms. Of course, when I say this not only for Enugu State, for all over Nigeria, the work of the Agro Rangers. And so, by the Agro Rangers intervening, being closer to the farming communities, they are able to know exactly what the issues are, right there in the rural places. And they are able to become a member of the community, because the NSCDC ordinarily is not designed to live outside. We're not designed to live in the barracks.
Okay.
I think I must stress this. We're not designed to live like maybe the police or the army in the barracks. No. The whole idea is that the civil defense should live among the people. So you don't see us bothering ourselves about living in the barracks.
Okay.
The whole idea is that when we blend well with the people, we'll be able to get better intelligence. And so I just use agro rangers as an example of the crisis management function of the NSCDC. I also talked about the peace and conflict resolution, remember, unit, where we have mediators who can use alternative dispute resolution to resolve crisis among families. And you can see a husband and a wife quarreling. You take them to some of the other agencies, and you see that they may not know how to handle it. So the NSCDC we have mediators that can wade into such matters, community land disputes, and problems like that. Problems in the society that really are a bit complex, where they really want to be. Sometimes litigation creates enemies, if you know what I mean. You take a man to court and you come out and people will never talk again. So the aim of the Peace and Conflict Resolution Unit of the NSCDC is to bring partners together and ensure that at the end of the day, justice is met, one, because the results we make sure it is binding. Yes, it is part of the function of the NSCDC.
Okay.
So it is binding among all parties, and we make sure that you are satisfied and you are happy. We encourage what I call fair discussions, and at the end of the day, everybody's happy. So this is just
all right. Thank you so much.
Go on and on and on.
It's all right. I must tell you, it takes hyper intelligence and psychological prowess for one to delve into all of these conflict resolutions, and at the end of the day, get result.
You are right.
That means your training must have been such perfect one.
Yes.
Because dealing with people at the grassroots, going to communities, live with them, and all of that solve their problems.
That is correct.
Yes, it takes somebody who knows it. Okay. Permit me to come back, because if you can't really offer what you don't have.
That is true.
Now, are all the civil defense officers the same, or are there some who are better trained than others to do that job? Which brings me to this question: who is a responsible civil defense officer?
Wow, that's a very deep question. Very, 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 very wonderful question that I even want to reflect on it, even as you ask me now. Civil defense officers, like I told you earlier, we have what we call a basic training, as we are coming into the core, where the ideals of the NSCDC are, to the best of our ability, are sold to these people who are coming in. Of course, you know that we are trained by the military. That's very important.
Okay.
And many people think that maybe
that makes you paramilitary.
Yeah,
okay.
That makes us paramilitary. But more importantly, we are the babies of the army. Let me put it that way. Let me just quickly inform that the NSCDC came into being in 1967. That was at the beginning of the Nigeria's civil war, and it was at a time when war was a new idea. We were not very used to it.
Okay.
New idea. And so that was the bet of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, to help civilians during those that period, to know how to identify bombs, how to jump into trenches and so on, to avoid being wiped out, annihilated, and emergency procedures when there are casualties during the war. That was how the NSCDC, because we are very blessed in Nigeria to have an indigenous civil defense. Now that means that our civil defense evolved naturally, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yes, then it was known in that time, 1967, as the Lagos Civil Defense Committee. Eventually, in 1970, it became known as the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. In 1984, it became a national outfit. And in 1988, it became, there was a major organization in the NSCDC, and state commands were now established in the states of the Federation. And then, of course, in 2003, the Act of the NSCDC, that established the NSCDC, was now enacted, and today you know that the story that we have grown through, in leaps and bounds,
okay,
become a bona fide, what I would call a member of the security architecture of Enugu State
and Nigeria at large.
And Nigeria.
Now I'm talking about a responsible civil defense officer.
Yes, a responsible civil defense officer is one who is well trained. That's one. And like I told you,
and they received the training.
Everyone must go through that basic training. It's not just all about arms training. Usually the arms training may come just a bit later. But it's not just about the arms trading. It's about knowing that we as security agencies must respect the rule of law. We must respect the fundamental rights as we discharge our duties. It's about inculcating in these civil defense personnel that they need to truly be security conscious. You know our motto is defending the defenseless.
Okay.
Defending
the defenseless.
So from day one, we begin to sell that idea to you that this is what we ought to do. You must lean towards even our name, civil defense. You see, we are leaning towards the civilians. You may call us between us. We are in between the military and the civilians. But our leaning is more towards the civilians to ensure that any good, well-trained civil defense officer will not just pass where he sees somebody's right is being trampled. No. We're not trained to behave like that. We are trained to work with integrity. We are trained to be conscious of our environments. We are trained to report any incidents of crime and to ensure that we take it to a logical conclusion, which is to ensure that justice is done. So yes, I will tell you that basically that is true. Of course, there are individuals, there are individual differences. And you may have seen a bad civil defense officer, just like you may have seen a bad soldier or a bad policeman.
it is in every agency. Yeah, it is there. Okay, we'll come back to that. But then, I understand you have powers to arrest culprits.
Yes, that is correct.
Then when you arrest, what next? Do you also have powers to prosecute, or you hand over to the police?
Yes. When we, the NSCDC is, like I told you, a very bona fide security agency, federal security agency of the nation, and we have powers to arrest. In fact, with or without a warrant, it is specified under the Act of the NSCDC, with or without a warrant, under the name of the Attorney General of the Federation. Not only that, of course, we have, like I told you, you can see that many people think that civil defense is clashing with the police or with other agencies. Not at all. We see in those particular areas, those specific areas where the NSCDC, which are our core mandates, I've mentioned some of them to you already, especially critical national assets, private guard companies. Last year there were quite a lot of arrests of illegal private guard companies, people operating illegally, some impersonators among the PGC companies and things like that. They are arrested because we are empowered to ensure that sanctions are given to them.
Then when you arrest, do you detain?
Of course. We arrest, we detain, we investigate. We have a very vibrant, robust investigative department. Like I told you, everything we do is, just always remember the backbone I told you about. And that investigation is done. And we have lawyers that will prosecute. But then there are those other ones that we will, of course, those ones that maybe is pure crime, criminal affairs, we can give it to the police.
Okay.
Yeah, but those ones that fall under the core mandate of the NSCDC, we pursue it rigorously. So yes, we do prosecute, especially those ones that are right under this. And we also have the police too and other agencies to do a kind of investigation that will help their case when they themselves are prosecuting, if you know what I mean.
All right, thank you so much. Viewer, thank you so much for being there. It has been the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Well, I have been with a very important personality who is a superintendent of corps. He is the former public relations officer of the NSCDC Enugu State Command. And today he is the PA to the commandant, NSCDC Enugu State Command. Emmanuel Wato. Thank you so much. We'll continue. We want to observe just a short break. We shall be right back. When we come back, you will help tell our viewer how the NSCDC can come in to advise the government in terms of policy making. Thank you so much. Please don't go away. We shall be right back. God bless.
Ina
Back from the short break, we are still on the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Today we are looking at the security duties of the NSCDC, and we have a very important personality here. We have gone at length, having finished the first part of it, and we have observed our break. And today we have Emmanuel Wato.
Thank you.
A spiritual of core. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
Thank you so much,
before we went on the short break, I was talking about how first of all, I acknowledge the fact that the duties of the NSCDC is quite enormous, up to the extent of coming in to advise the government on the on the policy making of policy formation. Right. Okay, how does that happen? Does government invite the members of the NSCDC to do this, or maybe you sensitize when that has to do, or be done, then you move ahead to do that?
Thank you very, very much for that very interesting question. The NSCDC, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, like I told you, is what I call a bona fide member of the security architecture of Nigeria, and in this case, in Enugu State. There is what is called a monthly security meeting with the governor. This is one forum where the security heads, the heads of security agencies in the state, can interact one-on-one with the governor. Allow me just a minute to also laud the governor on the very wonderful atmosphere that he has created in Enugu State. If you go around, you can see that Enugu State is clean. Let me talk about cleanliness first. For Enugu to have won an award for one of the cleanest states in Nigeria.
Okay.
We also have the governors has put a lot of effort in providing the DRS vehicles you see the police using, which provides security presence. That's very important. You will also notice, of course, that there are security cameras in different strategic points of the metropolis, and we know that the government is making more effort to establish more of such cameras that is being monitored real time. If you go to the government house, you see the command and the control center, where Enugu State is more or less laid bare, for proper assessments via cameras that are, positioned at strategic places to monitor activities going on within the metropolis. Very intense it is that even if a crime happens, just tell them the time, just send a message to the control center, tell them that it happened at so time at so place.
Okay.
When they hook up to those cameras, they are able to nip in the board and be able to pursue that thing aggressively. Security is expensive. If you go to places like developed societies, places like Dubai, for instance, you see they have invested a lot in this kind of arrangements that makes their country safe. So within those, going back to the question you asked, those security meetings is an opportunity for the security heads to interact one-on-one with the governor and to let him know what they have noticed within their various agencies. The NSCDC is no exception to this.
Okay.
But we will want to encourage the state government to continue to encourage these meetings because intelligence is very, very important. Without intelligence, we will only be groping in the dark.
Okay, in the meeting now, the meeting.
Yes.
Is it more of security reports?
Oh, yes.
So far, we have gone, the achievements so far, and maybe the strategies to forge ahead.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know, that's why I call it security meetings.
Okay.
It's properly tagged.
Okay.
And these are meetings of the heads of security agencies. You know, including the DSS, including the Nigerian Army. Of course, the GOC is always there. The NSCDC is always there. Even the fire and the correctional.
Okay.
And all of these agencies, you know, because we work together. Like I told you, it's all hands on deck. Things are getting better, and I want the good people of Enugu State to know that things are getting better.
Okay.
But you know, there is a need to work with us, because without the what I may call the firm support of the public, we will not go anywhere.
Okay, you have the terrorism counter or counter-terrorism unit.
Counter-terrorism.
Okay, how do they operate, and what are their major challenges so far?
Yes, the NSCDC is a relatively young security agency. But like I told you, it's I mean, there is room for overtaking, and the NSCDC is
okay.
Trust me, we may be young, but we are out for the job. We are only asking that the recent recruitment exercise that was to have been concluded already.
Okay.
We're asking that the government shouldn't please hasten things up to ensure that we bring in more of our vibrant youth into the NSCDC. I mean, we need more hands to be able to help us. Of course, Nigeria is under-policed, and that one is very clear.
Under-policed?
Under-policed.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that the number of security men per number in the population is inadequate.
Does it supposed to be commensurate?
No, the whole idea is that there should be a minimum number of security men, you know, per 1,000 of the population. And if you look at the internationally accepted standard, you will find out that it is grossly inadequate right over here in Africa. Not just in Nigeria, of course, in many parts of the world. Even in most developed societies, it is still not commensurate. But we should begin to beef up our numbers so that we begin to have, you know, more security men policing, patrolling our communities.
How often does NSCDC organize recruitment exercise? How often?
I would say that it has not been as often as we would want it to be. On the average, you will say roughly every 2 years or 3 years or thereabouts. But it is not just a question of the recruitment. It's how many people are you bringing into the system. That really is the query. The entire population of the NSCDC.
But I understand people apply. Each time there's an advertisement for recruitment, people apply in their numbers.
Yes.
Why is it at the end of the day you have a chunk to be recruited each time?
Of course, you know, this is determined by the provision from the government of the number of people that they are willing to admit into the system.
Oh.
Yeah, but now you can see that with the NSCDC's increasing responsibilities, we're talking about the critical national assets and infrastructural protection. We are talking about the Safe School initiative. That's very important. The Safe School initiative of the NSCDC. The NSCDC is supposed to be policing and protecting the schools in the metropolis and in the suburban areas and in the rural communities. We need personnel for all of this. We are also talking about the agro rangers function, which we talked about. We need to establish agro-based stations in the in the senatorial zones of Enugu State. That is very, very important. And I know last year the state commandant made a lot of efforts towards that, towards sensitizing the government that they need to give support to the NSCDC to establish agro-based stations from where the agro rangers will be able to launch closer, where they will be closer to the farming, the agrarian community.
Okay, let me understand this. Are you looking for this increment of the officers because of the enormity of the job the NSCDC has to do?
or because you think the police is more populated than the NSCDC?
Not at all. If you recall, like I said, late last year, the president assigned the VIP duties to Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. The entire number of the NSCDC, let me tell you, even if you include all the very senior officers, to be very frank with you, will not be enough to be able to handle that single responsibility of protecting VIPs. And you see, the NSCDC is actually moving away from that old mentality of protecting only those what we call VIPs, to protecting the new VIPs. We're talking about, for instance, election people who are.
But I am thinking that in the meeting you say you normally have with the governor, governor with the security architecture, for instance, in the state.
Yes.
This is one of the things or one of the complaints that will be led in such meeting.
Indeed, this is one of them. Of course, we have we also advocate through a lot of what do we call prominent persons who we are friends with, including senators, who will help to take our matter to help us take it to the table of the government. But recently, of course, we have already done that as I speak. We are only waiting and praying that one day will hasten up the recruitment exercise and bring in more people so we can do this job, because we can't do it, we need numbers. We are also asking that on a yearly basis to be able to correct the anomalies of very poor recruitment into the system.
Okay.
Right now, the NSCDC is basically heavy at the top and slim at the bottom. Now, when I say heavy at the top and slim at the bottom, what I mean is that we have a lot of what we call senior officers and very disproportionate in number of field officers who can do the work at the field level, and that's a problem. So we need to recruit more people who are maybe SSCE holders.
Okay.
Bring them into the system, not just the graduates now. Bring those what I may call younger ones.
Are you exempting the graduate?
I am not.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that in terms of the proportion that will be brought in, let us give more space to what I may call WAEC holders. Yeah? While of course we bring in, let me just give a rough estimate of roughly 60 to 40%. Let's have 60%. So instead of having it maybe the graduates mainly and having the other numbers, no, we need more of those who will be able to go to the field.
But I don't think you need more of the graduates that has acquired the knowledge
now
and be more intelligent
already,
to study.
Like I told you already, we already have a very heavy top at the slim bottom.
Okay.
That means we have a lot of when you compare the graduates to those who are the younger officers, it's disproportionate. So we need to begin to gradually balance up the numbers so that we can have men who can also go to the field and do the job, if you know what I mean.
Okay, I understand what you mean vividly. All right, let's come back to what your duties look like on the election days.
Yes, on the election days, wow, that's of course we get our briefing. That's very, very important. Even before then, our officers are already being sensitized about the importance of ensuring that elections are free and fair, and that we must not accept bribe of any kind. We must ensure that we monitor the process properly, ensure that election materials are properly secure, and that election officials too are protected, to ensure that our men are up and about their duties on that very day, to ensure that the environment is properly is under surveillance, and to ensure that we have a proper what I may call synergy with other security agencies, because I mean the security exercise involves a whole lot of other security agencies and officials.
Or maybe you do this at headquarters, or you're dispatched to different polling booths?
Even before they are dispatched, of course, when we have men at the polling booths, they also have supervisors who are supervising their operations at those areas. So we do this at the command where the commandant has the opportunity of briefing them before they are deployed.
Okay.
To their various places. Usually they will go, days even before the exercise commences. And then, of course, they are also briefed on the field before they are finally deployed, by their supervisors who oversee them. And most importantly, like I said, they ensure that they have the phone numbers and they are able to link up with other security agencies, especially in the event where there are any issues or trouble whatsoever.
Okay, then in terms of or in the case of election violence, what do you do?
Of course, when there's election violence, the NS, like I told you, it is not just the NSCDC alone that is posted to a particular area. Okay. There are some areas that are better off in terms of security. There are some other areas that are not as secure in terms of personnel. That is just the experience because of the what we call the challenge of personnel. We see that even play out in our elections, and that's why we are calling out for more recruitment of officers to ensure that we always have large numbers at our election. That will help very, very much. And so, of course, we work with a lot of intelligence. We have intelligence men who have mingled into the people. And so normally, even before something happens, intelligence must have already filtered in that there's a group that is trying to be violent and so on and so forth. And so this information, of course, usually will get to us, and our men immediately alert the rapid response teams. Some of them are in the joint task force vehicles who will immediately land and ensure that they deal with that particular challenge, whatever it may be. If these people are arrested, of course, they are taken down to our command.
All right. Is there anything like post-election duties of the civil defense officers?
Post-election duties? Well, I would say yes. I would say there is. Post-election duties would relate to an assessment of the exercise. Oh yes, there is always that moment where because we all have our reports, our security reports, and so all those reports are discussed. Already many of our men on the field are already sending in real-time reports, to our what I may call control room. Outside the control room that is set up, by the Aneke, we also have our control room within our state command and control room even within the area commands of the NSCDC. So after the election, most of these those actionable ones are taken out and analyzed, and if there are recommendations to the government so that we can have a better election, fine. If there are issues that the government will look into and say, okay, this area is not credible, the election in this area is not credible, we'll lend support by our reports. So yes, in that sense.
All right, let me put this question to you directly. If you find yourself, for instance, in an age like 16 years or thereabout as a school leaver, will you choose to be an officer of the civil defense once again?
My goodness. I am delighted to tell you that I find myself in my calling as a civil defense officer. I am delighted to tell you that right from an early age, I have always desired to be able to be in a position to protect others. I hate injustice. I hate cheating. I am delighted to work with the NSCDC. I am happy to know that the NSCDC is a corps that truly, protects the rights, the fundamental rights of the citizens. I think it's a divine occupation I find myself in. And yes, my answer to you is yes.
All right. You've over and over again talked about what you are doing to better the lives of the citizens. Are the citizens aware you are doing all of this things for them?
Yes, I am delighted that you asked that question. Let me just tell you that the NSCDC is very concerned about the citizens. That is why the state commandant established the Civil Defense Community Partnership Network. what will now be known as CDCPN, the Civil Defense Community Partnership. The whole idea of the CDCPN is to partner with members of the society to find people who have that burning desire of interest in the security of their people. We partner with them. Okay, let me give an example. Just like what the road safety is doing with those wonderful persons, whom are you may call them honorary road safety officials.
Okay.
We see them from time to time. Established men who go about supporting the work of the road safety. You see them with their bands, with their jackets, and very wonderful. And so the NSCDC is leveraging on this. This is an initiative by the substantive state commandant, Commandant Elijah Etim Willie, to ensure that we partner with them, because that's the only way we can get intelligence. Okay. And that's the only way, because it is critical that we continue to get support from the people. And the NSCDC is doing this very, very well. We just last year we were able to swear in a number of people from various communities in Enugu State, and we've given them a charge already that they are partners. They will be given ID cards. They will be undergo an investiture ceremony where they will have some of those paraphernalia they need to operate, on the field. And by so doing, the NSCDC will continue to get stronger and continue to win public trust. That's very important, to win public trust, and we'll continue to work with the people. So through measures like that, and through opportunities like this one that you are creating here, through what we call a stakeholder meeting, the NSCDC, we are always attending all such projects, whether coming from the civilians, that are all talking about insecurity and in the state. We ensure active participation. We ensure that if we have programs, we open our doors to the public, and the commandant always gives a charge to his officers to be civil at all times, to respect the people, because we need to win their trust for us to win the war against insecurity in Enugu State.
All right, thank you so much. Let's come back to the drawing board. You mentioned earlier that civil defense officers are the babies of the army.
Oh yes.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, that's very interesting. Like I told you, the NSCDC is a very unique paramilitary organization, in the sense that it is one of those, in fact, you may not find many of the security agencies operating during wartime. Let me tell you the truth. I don't want to mention names. Everybody will fizzle away. Only the military will remain. And of course the civil defense. Now you begin to understand. The civil defense will be out there giving support to the military. Of course, you also need to know that right there in the northeast and places of the theaters of war, that the NSCDC men are fighting side by side with the soldiers. Now that's very important. You also need to know that our philosophy, our orientation is that of the military. Our mindset. We don't take from the police. We take from the soldiers, from the army. And the army knows. So it's not as if I'm not telling you something that is strange. The army knows. We support them every time. In the recent Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebration, NSCDC was out in our numbers to give adequate support. And all our men were carrying the badges, the badges of the Armed Forces Remembrance Day 2026, because we know that they are our senior brothers, and they know that we are their brothers.
All right, thank you so much for the enormous job you are doing.
But not to mention that they train us, that our training is directly from the military.
Okay.
Yes, that's not okay. So our mentality, our understanding of weapons handling, we go to shooting range, the army takes us to shooting range, and so on and so forth. So in a very real sense, without overdoing this, we are the babies of the...
yes, I've understood with you. And I want to acknowledge the enormous job you are doing.
Thank you so
much. And I may have to say that it's not possible that your name, Civil Defense, gave you that opportunity or the enormous job to do for the civilians and defending and working for the people.
Yes, it is true. And we are not shying away from that enormous responsibility.
You don't need to do that.
You
don't need to do that.
We're all out to work. So please, I want really this opportunity to tell the good people of Enugu State that the NSCDC, we are your friends. We love you, and our gate is open every time, open to you. Please come in with your complaints. We assure you that we will protect you. We will be discreet about handling your matters to ensure that you don't get any backfiring in any way that would be injurious to you. Please bring in your actionable intelligence. The NSCDC is there, our doors are open, and this is the best time to help build a security agency that you can be proud of.
Thank you so much. I want to add my voice to say that the citizens, they are very lucky to have civil defense officers around them.
Thank you, sir.
It is an opportunity. Thank you, sir. Yes. Okay, let's come back quickly to the DRS we have in Enugu. You know, the DRS are almost everywhere.
Yep.
They are more like monitoring squad.
Yes.
If you look at this, where you may be seeing them coming, seeing the other one going, and all of that. How has your working with the DRS? How has the synergy been before now? Is it cooperative?
I will tell you, it is so much more improved.
Okay.
So much more improved. The police we have today is a highly improved version of what it used to be. I am very proud of the police. I am very proud of their officers and men. We do see improvements. You know, we could wish for better, but we thank God for what we have already, and with continued support from the government and from the good citizens of the country, I'm sure we'll continue to see better. The police is doing so well. If you go, the other day I was moving across the Enugu-Suka way, and I could see almost every kilometer you see one of the vehicles parked there. It's very, very important that security men are, at their duty beats. And
so I understand from what you said that your synergy with the police is very, very solid.
Very, very solid and getting better.
All right. What are the road safety officers?
The same.
Okay.
The same. The road safety are our friends in every way. Especially, like I told you, that we have the disaster management department. That is a department that is dedicated to dealing with emergencies. And so we are always providing support to the road safety. We do not see, the department does not see any, what I may call areas of trouble between it and the work of the road safety. And road safety understand that we are there to give support to their work. If it happens that the civil defense team is able to intervene at an accident scene, we ensure we start the work already while we give a call to the road safety to say, see what has happened here. So we begin the work immediately. That is how the synergy works. We start doing the work, and then we hand over everything. As soon as they come, we hand over everything, and then we move to the background and give support, security support. Because even during emergencies, there's a need for security support to ensure that, because some people steal things during accidents. So we ensure there's traffic control. We join hands with them, and we ensure that we help them to do their work. So another very robust.
All right, thank you so much. I want you to quickly give a shout out to the governor of the state and then the citizens for the needed support you've received from them.
What an incredible opportunity, Obasi, to look at this governor that has come at the right time. An incredible person, a man who works and or whatever he says, a man who cares for the people, who has a heart for the people, a man who has matched every word with action, and a man who is a pride to security agencies, giving support at every point in time. I want the governor to know that the good people of Enugu State appreciate you. I want to know that your work will not be in vain, and I want you to do more for the good people of Enugu State. And to the good people, and especially to the young people, the youth of Enugu State and the youth of Nigeria, I want you to know that hard work pays. I want you to know that we must work together to move Nigeria to a greater place. That Nigeria can be better. But we must work together. We must believe in ourselves. We must eschew corruption. We must eschew all those vices that give Nigeria a bad name.
And work hard to make Nigeria better.
And embrace agriculture. I think it's an opportunity to embrace agriculture. embrace agriculture.
Make it brief.
And we will be a better nation.
All right, thank you so much. Before I let you go, I want to say a very big thank you so much for the noble job you're doing.
I agree.
Thank you so much.
Obasi.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
All right, we have been with the Superintendent of Corps, the former Public Relations Officer of the NSCDC, Enugu State Command, who also mentioned as the PA to the Commandant, NSCDC, Enugu State Command, Emmanuel Watu. You're welcome.
So much. Thank you
Thank you so much for coming. And our viewer will thank you also for being there. It has been a nice time we've had with you, discussing the security duties of the NSCDC. Thank you so much for being there. We shall see you again. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.